Good morning. Morning. We're going to start now with our meeting. Everybody that is still roaming, can you please get a seat? Can we please close the door, Herman? Good morning once again, Executive Mayor, councillors, I'm hearing myself somewhere. Can you switch off that mic, please? Officials, councillors, members of the public, welcome to the special council meeting this morning. Our meeting is live streamed, so welcome to the members of the public as well. I can still hear myself echoing somewhere. Is it okay if I proceed? Is it a disturbance, or Marcellus, are you going to have a look for us where the problem is? Let's proceed. Councillors, as I've said, this is our last meeting for the year also. It's a special council meeting, so a warm welcome to all of you. It's nice to see you after our inaugural meeting that was on the 25th of November. At the beginning, I just want to inform you there's just two changes to the meeting, to the agenda. We're going to do the addendum when we're going to do C1. And then Mr. Gerard Otto is also in the house, and I will allow him at section A just to inform us about the COVID statistics. As you all know, the COVID statistics, the figures are rising, as well as an update on the recent floods that we had. So that is the only two changes to the agenda. If we move on to point number 2, I've asked elder lady, are you not the elder lady yet, Councillor Lechaba?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted, in terms of the order of from B2 to B3 and B3, B2, B3, B3, because in my understanding, oversight report of annual report first, because the asking to approve and then you can get your annual report. So can you have that?
It's fine. So we will first do B1, then we will do B3, then B2, and then, okay. So we will do their changes. Thank you, Councillor Lechaba. Mercy James, you can come to the front. Mercy is our IDP manager here at Garden Route, and she will do a short scripture and a prayer for us.
Good morning, Speaker, Executive Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councillors, the administration, and then all protocol observed. Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity to just share a few thoughts with us this morning at our special council and our last council meeting. I would like to read from Philippians 2, verse 4 out of the Passion Translation that says that abandon every display of selfishness, possess a greater concern for what matters to others instead of your own interest, and consider the example that Jesus, the Anointed One, has set before us. Let his mindset become our motivation. I also want to read the same scripture from the Message that says, don't be obsessed with getting your own advantage. Forget yourselves long enough to lend a helping hand. And because I'm speaking to the decision makers and the servant leaders of the region, I think the scripture is just so profound. Think of yourselves the way Christ Jesus thought of himself. He had equal status with God, but didn't think so much of himself that he had to cling to the advantages of that status no matter what. Not at all. When the time came, he set aside the privileges of deity and took on the status of a slave, became a human. Having become human, he stayed human. It was an incredibly humbling process. He didn't claim special privileges. Instead, he lived a selfless, obedient life and then died a selfless, obedient death, and the worst kind of death. Because of that obedience, or because of that humility, God lifted him high and honored him far beyond anyone, anything ever, so that all created beings in heaven and on earth, even those so long ago dead and buried, will bow and worship before Jesus Christ. Councillors, decision makers of the region, this morning, my main theme for us as administration and as council is just that we humble ourselves before God, that we will be humble in our conduct. And why must we humble ourselves? The Bible says that God gives grace to the humble, but he rejects the proud. And when pride comes, then comes disgrace, but with humility comes wisdom. If we humble ourselves, God will grant us the wisdom. This morning, let us pray. Father, we thank you for the leadership of the Garden District. We thank you that we can submit ourselves to you, our families, our friends, Father. We pray that because we are humble, we realize that we are nothing without you, but that we need you for wisdom to lead this region, that you will grant us wisdom. We pray for our communities for peace. We pray for healing in our land. We thank you, Father God, that you bless the Garden region. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you very much. Garden Route is really blessed to have employees that can give us some such an inspiring message. Thank you very much once again, Mercy. We proceed now to point number 3, and I will ask Rihanna to lead us. The only formal apology that I've received is from Councillor Toto. He has informed us that he won't be able to attend the meeting at all due to medical reasons. Rihanna. Then for those who are on Zoom, they must just switch on their camera so that we can see them physically that they are in the meeting. You may proceed, Rihanna.
Speaker, we have in attendance Councillor Swart, present via Zoom.
Councillor Swart, can you just switch on your camera so that we can see you?
Okay.
Councillor Swart. We will proceed. We will come back to him, Rihanna.
Present in the Chambers Speaker, Councillor Meyering, Councillor Wigbaar, Alderman Boysen, Councillor Malloy,
Nou, hoe gaan ek nou?
Alderman
There we see Councillor Swart. Thank you, Councillor. You may switch off your camera. Thank you.
Alderman Ter Plaats, Councillor Lichaba, Councillor Gungubele, Alderman De Vries, Councillor Cornelius, Alderlady Dragoner, Councillor Akker, Councillor Ndai, Alderlady Kritzinger, Councillor Cronje, Councillor Van Niekerk, Councillor Van Noordwijk, Councillor Taute, Councillor Strubel via Zoom,
Councillor Strubel, can you please switch on your camera? Thank you, Councillor. We can see you.
Councillor Matika, Councillor Twenga, Councillor Mkontu, Councillor Kannemeyer, Councillor Barker, Alderlady Reiters,
Councillor Canary, Councillor Lambertine via Zoom,
Your Councillor Lambertine, you may switch off your camera.
Councillor Van Rooyen. Speaker, then we have two tablets with the names Huawei, but we don't know who it is yet. That person hasn't identified them.
Can that person please identify him or herself? There is somebody. There is a camera that's on. It's Councillor. The Galaxy Note 10 is Alderman Gericke. And the other councillor is, I think it's a good councillor, the Huawei. Am I correct?
As Councillor Skeepers,
Dankie, Councillor Skeepers. You may switch it off again. Are you, is Councillor Hector with you? Yes, Councillor Hector is also there. Thank you, councillors. You may switch off the video. So Rihanna, the Huawei is Councillor Hector and Skeepers. And the Galaxy Note 10 is Alderman Gericke. Thank you.
Speaker, we have mentioned all the names, including the apology from Councillor Tote. The only person that did not confirm is Councillor Sethi. Oh, sorry, there's
Apologies,
Councillor Sethi.
councillor. There she is. So how many councillors do we have in attendance, Rihanna, all in all?
33, Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So councillors, we will proceed now with 3.2. Councillor with leave was Councillor Toto, and there is no councillors without leave. I will now hand over to Advocate Kaya to do the inauguration for us.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Good morning. Speaker, I say
Councillor Lechaba.
Sorry, Speaker, before we start the protocol and the agenda, I thought to just mention that in this time that we are in a difficult time, our setup is not desirable. We're not able to know it. It's not desirable. We are unable also to get sanitizers. We are not social distancing, so we must be able to correct ourselves. So I just wanted us to know that we are for the room, we are crowded for the room.
Thank you, Councillor Chaba. I will hand over to the mayor, but maybe before you, Mayor, I will hand over to Advocate to speak on that issue. If is that okay through you? Because I did raise it through the whole 2 weeks that I've been in office, but I will hand it over to Advocate Kaya and then the mayor. Alderman Gericke, I will allow you after the mayor.
all right. Thank you so much, Speaker. Morning again, councillors and officials. There are 2 items on the agenda, as you would have noticed, dealing with inauguration of 2 new councillors.
Sorry for the interruption. I thought you are going to respond to what Councillor Lechaba have raised. Seeing that I did raise it, MM is going to respond.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning, councillors. Yes, Speaker, we take note of the concern. It's just that there was a request that for this particular meeting, we ask that all councillors be here. We did ask that the other officials will be congregating outside of this chamber to ensure space. We will request those that are not necessarily expected to be inside to connect from their offices and to only have those senior officials that have got items. The main thing is that we are new and we would like to familiarize ourselves with the councillors. We might need to look at other possibilities of bigger spaces, but we'll ensure that officials that are not necessarily required to be inside will move to their offices. As for the sanitizers, it's quite strange, ma'am. I think it's the first time that I'm hearing of that. I'm sure it will be taken care of. It's one of those things we pride ourselves with. But going forward, we take note, we will deal with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. So you are covered. There is just a request. Can you just put on the chats again, Rihanna? There is a request that speakers must please speak into their mic. And this is now coming from the councillors that are tuning in via Zoom. Speakers need to speak close to the mic, please. So if you are speaking, can you just put the mic closer to your mouth? Maya, I thought you were covered.
I was covered, Madam Speaker, but now on the issue of people online or hearing us.
Maya, we're not standing anymore.
This is exactly what I wanted to raise, Madam Speaker, is that our mics are designed in such a way that when we stand, then we're not audible. So I was going to raise that how would you like us to do this? Because just before you became the speaker in the last part of the last term, we were doing this sitting precisely for the same reason. So I don't know, councillors and you, Madam Speaker, how would you like us to do this?
If you
Councillor
make a
Lechaba,
formal request, then I will.
I think myself and Councillor Lamborghini, all the shorties, we are fine. But as tall as Councillor Lechaba, look at this. So we need to make a decision on that.
Councillors, I will give you permission to be seated for the duration of let's make it the 5 years, because I don't think the administration are going to sort out this anytime soon. So if we do get other mics, then we maybe can reconsider that. But for now, councillors, you may be seated, all of you. No need to stand. Thank you. Alderman Gierig.
No, Speaker, just for your comfort, I can assure you, we have already appointed a service provider to upgrade the whole system. So they should be starting early January. So it won't be for 5 years.
Thank you, Alderman Gierig.
No, it's fine, Speaker. I'm covered with regard to the audibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Then we will proceed now. Advocate Kaya, it's your turn.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Morning again, councillors and officials. Mine, Speaker, is to deal with two matters or reports in the agenda, one contained in the addendum and the other in the main agenda, items C1 and C3, dealing with inauguration of new councillors. I will first, Speaker, just take councillors, maybe let me first confirm if the two councillors are present. Is Councillor H.D. Reuters present? So he is not present. All right.
Can we just get an indication from Rihanna?
Speaker, he is not online.
And my office have also not received any communication. So then he is not present.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Then,
so just for the minuted purposes, does that then mean that Councillor Reuters is absent without an apology?
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Speaker. We will then deal with Councillor J.J. Cornelius. Is he present? Yes, I see him there. All right. Speaker, the item that deals with Councillor J.J. Cornelius is found in the addendum from page 3. The recommendations are also on page 3. I will read the recommendation, Speaker, for the record before we go through the formalities. The recommendation, as I said, are found in paragraph 5 of page 3 of the addendum. The first recommendation, 5.1, reads that cognizance be taken of the notice from IEC dated 6 December 2021. The second recommendation is that Councillor Jan Johannes Cornelius be inaugurated as a councillor.
Just a second. I think we've lost connection, Advocate. Something went wrong with the technology. Apologies, councillors.
We can hear you on Zoom, Speaker.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Then we can proceed.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Speaker. The second recommendation, as I was reading, is that Councillor Jan Johannes Cornelius be inaugurated as a councillor of the Garden Road District Council with effect from 6 December 2021. The third recommendation is that the Councillor Jan Johannes Cornelius be requested to take the oath of office as required in terms of the Structures Act. Those are the three recommendations, Speaker. I think then we can, with your permission, request the proposers and the seconders or objections. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor, can you please come to the front?
Speaker, sorry. Can we please have a proposer first and
Can we get a
second?
proposer and a seconder for the recommendation, please? Thank you, Maya and Councillor Lechaba. Thank you.
All right, we will then move to the front to administer the oath, Speaker. Thank you so much. Thank you so much again, councillors. I will administer the oath. Do you have any objection in taking the oath, Councillor Johannes Cornelius? No. All right, I will then read the oath and ask that you repeat after me. I, Jan Johannes Cornelius.
I, Jan Johannes Cornelius,
Hereby swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa
hereby swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa
and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution
and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution
and all other laws of the Republic.
and all other laws of the Republic.
And I solemnly promise
And I solemnly promise
to perform my functions
to perform my functions
as a member of the Garden Road District Municipality
as a member of the Garden Road District Municipality
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
So help me
So
God.
help me God.
Thank you so much.
Madam Speaker, on a point of clarity,
Yes, Maya.
Councillor Cornelius, may we call you JJ?
No.
All
Jan
right.
Johannes Cornelius.
All right, thank you.
All right, congratulations, Councillor. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Councillor. Welcome. Welcome to the Garden Route.
Thank you so much, Speaker.
We proceed to point number 4, noting of the provisions of Schedule 7, Code of Conduct for Councillors of the Local Government Municipal Structures Amendment Act 2021. Point number 5, disclosure of interest by councillors and officials. Anybody who wants to declare anything? On that note, yes, on that note, you have all received documentation that must be completed regarding your disclosure, your declarations. Just make sure that all of you do it, please, and then you can bring it to B at the Speaker's office.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to declare my interest on the item B2, that is the annual report, and the item on the appointment process of the municipal manager before. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, That is noted. Maya, I just want to ask from you, your communications, will you do your communications now or will you do it together with B1?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, let me do it with B1.
Thank you, Maya. Then communications by myself.
Speaker,
We had a very fruitful governance meeting on Monday, the 6th of December. where I've noted your hand, Alderman Gierke, where we had, where we iron out a few things. So with all the whips of the parties, and I want to thank the whip for availing themselves for that meeting. And there was issues raised that I will definitely take up with the administration. And I think going forward, we will work very well as a team together. And then it's a norm at this municipality to congratulate everybody that have had or still going to have birthdays. So I just want to congratulate Councillor Hoogbaard. He had his birthday last Friday. And my apologies in advance if I am not sure or was not aware about any other birthdays. Councillor De Vries, dit was nie jou verjaarsdag nie, né? Okay. So happy birthday in advance for that. So councillors, that is all from my side. I will hand over to Alderman Gierke.
Speaker, yeah, thank you. I wanted to draw your attention. It was up on point 5 of the agenda, the disclosure of interest by councillors. It's a very important point on the agenda, and you would have noticed that I left the meeting the other day, the MPEC meeting, on the reasons that I have submitted there. I have since gone through the annual report and the report by the Auditor General. I've noticed a clean audit, and I came to the conclusion that I have no reason to recuse myself out of this meeting unless my attention is drawn to the contrary by those that do know the deeper side of the law. I'm going to leave it like there. You can make a ruling on the speaker, but I will step down on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Gierke. I will allow the MM.
Thank you, Speaker. As I remarked during the MPEC meeting, there is no reason for the councillor to recuse himself. The matter is referring to is already in the public domain. It has been dealt with. It's being addressed, so it has no impact on this one. Thank you.
MM, thank you. Alderman Gierke, you did hear that.
I'm satisfied. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Rihanna.
Speaker, excuse the interruption, but Councillor Hiren Reuters is now online.
Councillor Reuters, can you please switch on your camera so that we can see the face behind the name?
Oh, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we also want to see you.
Oh, something happened now, lady. Speaker, sorry, I'm out again.
No, you're still in. Just switch on your camera.
Now everything
Councillor
is gone
Reuters,
now.
we will
Just
come
need
back
to get
to
me
you.
out here.
When you get the button that you must press, then you can just switch it on and then we will acknowledge you. But in the meantime, you are no longer absent without leave. You are present in the meeting. Thank you, Councillor Reuters.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. You are on the floor, MM, with your communications.
Thank you, Speaker. This being the last council meeting for the year, I would like to maybe say thank you very much to everybody for the cooperation, support, and teamwork that we've been engaged in throughout the year. It's been quite a challenging year with the pandemic and the elections and everything, and yet we are here. I think everybody now knows that you will be considering items here that include the report from the Auditor General. I think at various platforms we have already spoken about it. It's a very proud moment for us and for me personally to ultimately have been able to achieve a clean audit for this municipality. As we have remarked, it's not a very easy task. It's very difficult to obtain it. Last year, we lost this just by one finding, which had no remedial action for us to take. It was just there, but at least this year we overcome that, and the Auditor General has agreed with us. And I think, as in many meetings, councillors, those have been here before, and those that have gone through the handover reports, you might have seen that there's a lot of work that we've been doing, that we're carrying on. We were reaching a stage of implementation, and I think this term is very exciting for this council, because a lot of plans have been laid down. What is required now is execution. So today I'm not going to waste most of the time, just to thank you from the bottom of my heart, my staff that have supported me throughout the year, the leadership that has been leading us, and all the stakeholders. I see Dr. Potgieter is here from the audit committee. Those are the people that always support us. And I would like to take this opportunity to wish you and your families a very wonderful festive season, Merry Christmas, and a prosperous 2022. Yes, I know many of you will be traveling. Please travel safely, reach your destinations. Please be safe from COVID. You will hear that it's actually back with a bang. The good thing for now is that indications are that it's not more dangerous than the previous ones, but it's more transmissible. But we would like people to look after themselves. I have noted that there are some challenges with the gadgets that we have supplied you, councillors. Some councillors have a challenge in terms of using them. We have received that. We are going to look at it and try and resolve all within the allowable upper limits for the tools of trade for councillors. So I've taken note of that, and I hope it won't be long for us to resolve your issues. With that, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. And I think we'll have a very wonderful meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, MM. We will proceed to point number 9, and that is the approval of the minutes of the council meeting that took place on the 25th of November. Are there any corrections or amendments? Mr. Menzi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There's only one slight correction that we want to make on point 21 of the previous meeting.
And that is on page 31.
That's right. The council resolved to adopt the IDP of the predecessor council, and they took the second option, and then there are no amendments. We just want to erase that with amendments. Thank you.
Councillor Ngungubela.
There's a correction on point number 9 under code of conduct for councillors. In Costa version, I think it's written incorrect. Under point 1 in the all titles. I request that it must be corrected. I will read it on Costa as it's written. If another good to isigqibo sesokuba umgaqo, that umgaqo is not correct, it's written wrong. Wokuziphatha kwacebo nomilisiweyo kumhlathi 1, it's supposed to say umhlathi 7, as it said in other languages. Worhulumente basekhaya ulawulo lomasipala umthetho wango 2000, not over 2000, over 2021 ofakelweyo. I think that must be corrected as you can correct it, as I said, because it's incorrect.
Thank you, Councillor Ngubela, for picking that up. I see a lot of notes here, so you are correct. So, councillors, any other corrections? If there is none, can I get a proposer and a seconder to adopt the minutes of the council meeting dated the 25th of November with amendments?
Speaker,
Oh, excuse me, my apologies. Is it Councillor Hector or Councillor Skippers?
Skippers.
Thank you, Councillor. You may proceed.
Councillor, on that point, the status of the two councillors, which was not present in our last meeting, whether the question is they was not present, but the question was, why was they not allowed to vote in that meeting? And I want the explanation from the MM and the advocate, because in that matter, they was in Zoom, but not allowed to vote. And we didn't get a proper explanation why they was not allowed.
Councillor Schippers, for now, we are only dealing with the correctness of the minutes. And I think in that meeting on the 25th of November, if my memory serves me right, the MM did give us a detailed explanation of why those councillors were not allowed to vote. So I don't think we're going to repeat it. And as I've said, it's only for the correctness of this minutes. If there are no other corrections, can I get a proposer and a seconder, please? Thank you.
Good day, ma'am. It's Councillor Hector here. Just on that point of correctness of the minutes.
Councillor Hector, I've already ruled on that
Just-
matter. So I am not going to allow any more debate. It was dealt with thoroughly on the 25th of November, and we are only dealing with the correctness of the minutes for now.
Yes,
I am
Chairperson,
not,
that's
as
correct.
I've said,
And of
Councillor
course-
Hector, I am not going to allow any further debate on that matter. We are proceeding now. I've received a
Ma'am,
proposal
we're talking
for
about
the
the
minutes.
correctness. Madam Speaker,
Councillor
I object to the
Hector,
minutes.
it seems as if you can't hear me. Is there a correction that you want to make? Then I will
That's correct.
allow you.
That is correct, Speaker. There's a correctness that I want to make. You just explained to us there was a detailed explanation by the MM and the legal advisor, Advocate Mankai, or I don't know his surname, I can't pronounce his surname correctly, pertaining the
Makakeni.
status of those two, yeah, yes, pertaining the status of those two ICOSA councillors. But that is not in the minutes. It is excluded from the minutes that is in front of us. So you can just make that correctness. That is all that we want for now.
On page number 17, it says that Councillor Schippers requested a caucus. The meeting paused at 12:53 and the meeting resumed at 12:10. The councillors reported after the caucus that they needed clarity regarding voting procedure for councillors who are not physically present. The speaker then responded that Councillor R.D. Reuters and K. Adams did not advise the municipality that they would not attend physically in order for arrangements to be made for them for virtual voting. It is on page 17, Councillor. The MM also just want to add, MM, but I don't know if we want to open this debate
No,
again.
just for completeness, Speaker, I'm not opening a debate. Just for the record that the councillors were actually absent. They were not online. They were not anywhere to be found. So they were not in that meeting.
Thank you, MM. So can that also reflect then on the minutes as a correction? Councillors, I am now going to move. We have already received a proposer, Alderman Iona, and then a seconder, Councillor Barker. Thank you. Councillors, I will allow Gerard Otto now. He promised me that it's only going to be 5 to 10 minutes. The reason why he is on so early in the meeting is because he must go and do a radio interview at 12 o'clock. So you can just, as you go along, just write down your questions if you have any questions for Gerard. But he promised me that it will only be 10 minutes. Thank you, Gerard.
Can I be seated, please?
You may.
If I'm allowed to share my screen, then I will quickly run through my presentation. Yes, unfortunately today I'm the bearer of bad news, as normally is the case when it comes to disaster management.
Gerard, just 1 second. Those online, can you hear Gerard clearly?
Yes, Speaker.
No, Madam Speaker.
Maybe you must just move the mic closer to your mouth.
Is that better, councillors?
Very
Can you
much.
hear me now?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I will then proceed. Just to start off with, I'd like to just give an overview of what the provincial status is at this point in time. You'll see the total cases for the province at this point is 535,393. Of those, 10,199 is active cases. Fatalities due to COVID is 10,199. The positivity rate, that is the amount of people that is tested that tests positive, is on 18%. But the good news is, looking back at the last 2 weeks, there's about 60 new hospital admissions per day. That's in the province in total, and the fatality per day on a 7-day rolling average. The total number of vaccines administered for the Western Cape is 4,322,390. And we are behind. Gauteng is ahead with 7,365,761. Now we also look at what is the main causes or the main spreaders for the last 2 weeks. It's post-matric events. It's a military band that traveled from Pretoria to the Western Cape. We picked up the COVID there, as well as the Pollsmoor prison. Then I've just unpacked it a little bit, the 3 waves, just so that we can just put in context for ourselves again. The first wave peaking on the 27th of July with 2,058 cases. And then the second wave peaking on the 14th of December last year with 5,292 cases. And then the third one peaking at the 9th of August was 390, sorry. Now, the 25th of November, I see as the start of our 4th wave. And we will have to now look at where is this going to lead. And I've tried to do that in a couple of slides also. The first wave took 6 weeks to reach its peak. The second one, 9 weeks. The third one, 10 weeks. Now, the question is, how long will the 4th wave take to reach its peak? Will it continue on this trend, maybe 11 or 12 weeks? Or where will we stand at the end of December? In my view, we should be around, if I look at the current rate of infection, we should be around 3,000 active cases by the end of December. What we see from the Omicron virus is that it was declared as a virus of concern or variant of concern on the 24th of November. It is definitely more transmissible than the Delta and the Beta variants, but the illness caused is not more severe than the previous variants. I think the MM also alluded to that. No definite surge in hospitalizations in the province can be seen yet. We do see reinfections of people who've had the Beta and the Delta infections, so you can be reinfected. The current vaccinations do provide partial protection, but there is, in general, the consensus is that we need a 3rd dose of the Pfizer dose. And then the current increase of infections over the last 14 days, specifically for the Garden Route, is at 505%. This is much higher than the first 3 waves. So the rate of infection is definitely higher than the first 3 waves. If I look at positive cases for each of the towns in the district, you can reflect on this. You'll see Bito is on 70 active cases at this point in time, George 234, Eshoekwa 36, Kanaland 9, Knysna 63, Mossel Bay 99, Oudtshoorn 42, and then the total for the district is 553. And there's only 7 people in isolation and 1 in quarantine at this point in time at Petro SA. Looking at the past 14 days, just unpacking this so that you can see the growth in the cases in the various areas. From the 25th of November up until today, you'll see there's 493 active cases that was added for our district. And the area where the growth is the fastest is George, that went from 23 to 211, and then it's followed by Mossel Bay that went from 9 to 90. This is the 3 waves as we've put it on a graph, so you can indicate where the first, the second, and the third wave was, and you can clearly see at the bottom here the start of the 4th wave. If we look at the infection rate, This we didn't see in the other 3 waves. It's very fast and very rapid. So the infection rate is much higher than the other 3 waves. The other side of the coin that we're watching the whole time is the vaccinations. At this point, for the Garden Route district, fully vaccinated on the 50 and above group, 66.4%. Partially vaccinated on the 18 to 49 group, 44.4. I haven't got the data for the 12 plus group yet, but we can see we still need to do a lot to get to a magic number of around 70% so that we can get to herd immunity. Total people with the first dose provided is 230,000. And then we still need on those 32,164 still need their second dose. Now with the regime rolling out to a third dose, that'll still be added to that as well. That's in terms of COVID. I also said to the speaker, I think we need to reflect on what happened in the floods over the 22nd of November and the 6th of December. I think everyone that resides in Oudtshoorn,
Gerard,
George.
Before you proceed, maybe we can take COVID questions.
Speaker,
If there are.
If there's questions, I'll
Are
address
there
them.
any questions? Councillor Matika and Councillor De Vries.
Thank you very much. My name is Tano Matika, councillor in Leicester. My question is just one clarity because I always hear that Pfizer should take a third vaccination. Just want to check in terms of Johnson and Johnson, those who took Johnson and Johnson, what is happening? And then if Johnson, there's no need for third vaccination in terms of Johnson and Johnson, why we still carry on as using Pfizer? It's clear that if there is another variant, which means we must go to the fourth, we must go and jab another one in terms of if you are using this one, but I would just want to check, why don't we, if those who are using Johnson and Johnson are not gonna go for another jab, then why as a district, why don't we adopt Johnson and Johnson? Because if you have said that for the 4th time, I must also go and put another, my parent will never allow that. Thank you very much.
Councillor De Vries and Alderman Gericke, I've noticed your hand.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Just a question in terms of whether we have currently as municipalities, whether we have active campaigns to encourage our communities to actually take the jab. Between the 2nd and 3rd wave, there was a very public, massive campaign where we involve public office bearers also. Do we currently have those campaigns, or are we leaving that up to national departments and some adverts on TV?
Alderman Gericke.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Mr. Gerard, the 4.8 million vaccinations, and does that include, or does the figure speak to fully vaccinated? Is it persons that were injected once or just once? Because if you take 4 million, it constitutes almost 60% of the entire province. Just an answer on that, please.
Meyer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, mine is not a question, it's just a comment, and it is something that we should not take for granted. And it's a debate that I think nobody wants to really get involved in. And Gerard, it's not for you here, but it's for us as council and the administration. That is a debate which we need to have, Madam Speaker. And that debate is, I know at national level, there's the debate on forced vaccinations. I had a discussion with one of the union members. We had an informal debate because it came to my attention that even amongst ourselves, our staff component, there are those who believe that they should not vaccinate. It's no need. We don't know the reasons. It might be whatever reason. I know there might be religious, traditional reasons. It can be all of the above. But at the end of the day, a decision needs to be made. You know, and we should not lead, as Alderman De Vries' question is based on. At times, we should not wait for national government to make decisions for us. We're living in this space. We also need to debate these things. So it is not for now, but it's something which we need to consider. But eventually, it will end up in council, depending on what would be the way forward, because we all have rights. We have rights, millions of rights, but rights are limited at certain times. If I'm not mistaken, I can't have the right to contaminate the deputy mayor. That can never be my right. So those are things which we need to take into account. Thank you.
Gerard?
Yes, I'll take the question from Councillor Martika first. I do agree J&J is the best one to take because it's much easier. And at this point in time, J&J has only got a 2-jab regime still. So they've indicated that to be equal to...
On a point of order, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Maya.
Gerard, my friend, may I caution, because we have Pfizer, we have Johnson & Johnson, and some of us took Pfizer, others took Johnson & Johnson. May I caution that we do not become explicit. So I'm going to feel that with my Johnson & Johnson, I'm a dead man walking. Or with my Pfizer, I'm a dead man walking. So, Madam Speaker, may I caution that we do not go into the medical issues of this. The options are out there. We've made our choices. So I don't want you to be overwhelmed, Gerard, with telephone calls that, what about us now that we've gone through whatever jabs?
Thank you, Maya.
Thank you.
No, it's not about the effectivity of it. They're all effective. What it is, it's easier if it's a 2-dose regime than going for more doses. But what I want to say...
Gerard, sorry for the interruption.
I was just going to say there is a clear national strategy on the vaccinations. There's already a decision on boosters for J&J. If you recall, all the health workers of the Sisonke trial have already been given their second jabs for J&J. This week, government has agreed to allow for a third jab for Pfizer. There are timelines that have been set. So nobody is going to be left behind, even if you took any other of the vaccines. Thank you.
Anybody else before I need to interrupt Gerard again?
Speaker.
Councillor De Vries.
Maybe just to confirm that the second jab for Johnson & Johnson have started. My wife received theirs yesterday.
Alderman Gericke.
Yeah, just to latch on to what the Mayor said, it is not open for discussion. But just for peace of mind, Mr. Mayor, we have discussed that issue at length extensively in the OHS committee last year. We have deferred the matter to this year. There is a leading trend from national now, and I think we need to talk about the leading trend also by the unions that they propose exactly what you have said now in terms of mandatory vaccination. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Gericke. Otto, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I think then the question about J&J is answered. It's correct what both the Mayor and the MM has indicated. In terms of the awareness campaigns, Councillor De Vries, we are still busy with the awareness campaigns in collaboration with our EHPs. So that is not left over only to the national department. We are doing it as we speak, and there's a program which we report on every week. I will copy you in onto that feedback every week of how many awareness campaigns was done in each of the areas, as well as on our webpage. We've also got a questions and answers page for our sessions that we've had with the Department of Health to flag what the most common questions is and the correct answers to that. Councillor Gericke, no, the figure of 4 million indicates both the fully vaccinated and the 1 jab. I do not have the breakdown at this point in time, but the 4 million is both of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerard. You may proceed.
Speaker, yes, and in terms of the floods, I've just included a couple of pictures. We've just finished our first round of damage assessments at the towns that was mostly affected of the floods. Those that reside in George will know that the water was off for a period of time, and the main cause for that was the George main water line at Uber Street in Denneoord that had to be repaired after it washed away. You'll see that on the photo on the left. There's also extensive damage to the sewage pump stations or the perimeter fences, etc., around the sewage pump stations in George. At the top picture, you'll see that is at the Skarpkop pump station, and the second one is the Mule. This is at the Huayang Wastewater Treatment Works at the contact tank. I'm quite concerned that this contact tank is on the edge here. All of that was taken note of during the assessment that we've done. Also in Oudtshoorn, we've noticed a lot of damages, mostly on civil infrastructure and roads. You see, this is what was left of a pavement. This is some of the areas in Oudtshoorn where we've been, and this is what we picked up there. So we've requested all the municipalities to complete their damage assessments in that regard. Another area of concern to us was the failure of some of the stormwater structures on the district road network. And this, you've noticed, is the washaway or the sinkhole that occurred on the road to Sarsveld. You see there. And this hole was what we actually could see at the airport road on the R404 on opening up. This was how it looked there. Subsequent to this one has now been fixed at the R404. But yeah, the Sarsveld one will only be fixed next year. This was the preliminary figures that we've received and that we've gone to assess. The total damages is in excess of 785 million rand, with the George local municipality indicating their damages at 734,279,805. Included in that figure is a human settlements emergency housing grant request that we're going to forward to the Department of Human Settlements of 132,671. And then also we've included the notion of building back better. We want to request the National Department of Housing to look at how we can build resilience in those areas. And we've included a figure of 289,560 on that request. Oudtshoorn, the initial assessment after the 22nd of November was around 2.7 million. But I can see that with the damages that occurred in the Oudtshoorn area on the 6th of December and that flooding event, that the damages will be in excess of 30 million. Now, at this point, it's about 3 million, a lot of damages at Hornley. And then the Garden Route roads, which we do on behalf of province, it's on 24 million. There's still assessments being done at the two schools in George, Carpe Diem and Outeniqua School, where those damages must still be forwarded to us. So going forward, the business plans and completed assessments will be forwarded to the provincial center on the 13th on Monday. And then we will try to get this with the national center before the 15th. And then according to the provincial center, it might not be required of us to do and request a classification again, as there's currently a flood classification in play that resulted after the Overberg District Municipality floods in October. So it looks like we don't have to do that. Then I'm just reflecting on what are we going to be in for in the next 3 months. We are in the La Nina state, so we can expect the following: wetter than normal summer conditions in the Garden Route, as well as colder than normal day temperatures in the Garden Route. So we might be in for a wet Christmas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Gerard. Any questions on that part of his presentation? If there are none, you, Councillor Chengwa. Of roads. Thank you. So if there are none, there's no hands raised online. Then thank you very much, Gerard. We will excuse you now. It's quite in time. It's nearly 12 o'clock. So you will still be in time for your radio interview. So we will proceed to section B. And this is reports from the executive mayor. Mayor, you are on B1, announcement of appointment of members of the executive mayoral committee by the executive mayor. And you can simultaneously deal with point number 6, Mayor, your communications. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm going to start off with point number 6, and then I will make my way down to the announcement of the item in front of us. Firstly, Madam Speaker, I want to say thank you to Mercy James for the befitting scripture. Madam Speaker and councillors and everybody online, I regard today's scripture as a holy coincidence. And the reason why I'm saying this, Madam Speaker, is that the scripture deals with how we should lead through wisdom and how we should not be obsessed with our own powers and our own positions. And it is so fitting, Madam Speaker, that it's exactly what Elder Lady Drahuner said to me when I walked in here, is that we should really continue in the spirit where we forget about our political parties. We forget about what T-shirts we're wearing, because there are more political parties here than in the previous term. And obviously there will be different ideologies and there will be different demands. But if we're going to lead through wisdom, we can meet a lot of those demands. If we put our heads together, we can definitely reach what we really has put out for ourselves to do. Last week, we also in this new term, Madam Speaker, we had our first district coordinating forum. And for the new councillors, that forum sits on a quarterly basis. It is chaired by me. That is where all the municipal managers, all the mayors, all 7 with their senior staff, we all meet under one roof and we deal with matters from each and every municipality. Each of us here, whether we directly elected, whether we seconded here, we come from municipalities. We come from constituencies. So those voices needs to be heard. And we took a resolution. I made an announcement in that meeting in the DCF that this term we should, I don't know what the word is, but we should have a theme for this term. And the theme should be the term of delivery or the term of execution. We've started a lot of things in the last term, and some of those things, because it is multi-year planning and multi-year projects, we now need to see all those things to fruition. And even if we add new stuff, we need to complete everything we should put on the table in this council. We need to make sure that we complete it within this term. Madam Speaker, and the you and your team, you alluded to the clean audit. It is indeed a good thing. And if my memory serves me correctly, Alderman De Vries, I think at some stage we had about 21 findings in the term of the district. And we worked our way down all the way. At one stage we were at 7, at one stage we were 4, then 1. And even the one finding, we did not agree with the AG because we didn't regard it as material, etc., etc. And here we are with a clean audit. And I'd really like to acknowledge the work done by Councillor Lichaba, you and all the other councillors who served in that team of yours. The have alluded to the External Audit Committee, Doc. Once again, thank you very much. Your efforts are all noted, and I'm actually now more worried, Madam Speaker. What are we going to say if we lose it in the next financial year? You know, so it is actually a high bar, Councillor Lichaba, you know, and it's very easy to lose it. It's a matter of a misinterpretation from us and the AG, and we're back to square one with an unqualified. So I'm actually worried, but well done, you and your team. Well done, Councillor Lichaba. Keep up the good work. And then, I don't know whether it's an omission, but I want to officially welcome Councillor Cornelius. Normally when somebody has been sworn in, we go to town in welcoming a new councillor. And in this instance, fortunately, you are not the only one. There are quite a couple of new councillors. And once again, I want to emphasize to all the new councillors, feel free, your voices count. And there are no stupid questions or stupid arguments. Everything that we can answer, we'll answer, and everything that we can do jointly, we will definitely do that. And because we are new, or we have more political parties, and I'm already sensing this, you know, that per item there will be more engagement than in the past. But I would also like to plea that our engagement should be constructive, you know, and I would also like to plea that the speaker might not be the perfect speaker. None of us are perfect in here. But I do want us to understand that when the speaker has made a ruling, the law and the rules of order makes provision for how we should react after the speaker has made a ruling. But I would also like to open up the gate where the whips, if anybody is not happy with the ruling of the speaker, the whips have a platform to take that up. There's always a comeback when we're not happy with the ruling of a speaker. It can be done in the whips forum. It can come back as a motion. But my plea today is that we should not turn the meeting into a tit for tat. And Madam Speaker, as I'm saying that you're not perfect, but we do respect you. And I'm also open to the fact that you will also be open to engagements after your rulings, even if it's after the meeting, because we're going to learn as we go along. Now, Madam Speaker, also, Councillor Lichaba raised the fact of the manner in which we are gathering in here today. It is indeed a crucial thing, but then again, I want to, and I'm going to allude to a word which they say in Afrikaans, hoor my lied. You must hear my pleas here today. And again, councillors and the MM, we have foreseen this, that we're going to reach a stage where this council chambers will become too small. And I'm saying this again now, where my lead, this district is going to become a metro. And if you look at all the council chambers, whether it's the council chambers of George or this council chamber, we're going to run out of space. And we foreseen this coming. We bought the property next door, Councillor Lichaba, your concern should now actually put us into overdrive. Can we build new council chambers next door, or whatever we envisage for this property? A council chamber must be part of it, and it should be a council chamber that's going to sit what you see in metros. There are hundreds. We should never run out of space for councillors to meet going forward. So that's the homework, and the team. A council chamber must be part of whatever council envisage for that property and next door. Madam Speaker, we can never overemphasize the issue of safety. And safety is attached to the report which Gerard gave us, the COVID-19 figures, etc. I'm also aware that the matric rate and everything that goes with the year ends of students, that has been canceled. But some of the students, they were already in the district. So they are continuing doing what they planned to do anyway. So we just say that we hope that they're going to do that. They're going to be vigilant. They're not going to go overboard. They're going to stick to the regulations. And unfortunately, colleagues and people of the Garden Route, we've also heard and seen some incidences where there has been accidents and lives have been lost already. We don't know what the reasons are for that. We don't know whether it is related to whether it's the rage or whether it is any unforeseen occurrences, but we need to be vigilant. And our condolences to those who have lost their lives on the roads, those who have lost their lives during the flooding. Our condolences on behalf of the Garden Route District Municipality to those families. Madam Speaker, also the issue of Gerard's presentation, the damage of the floods. And I'm saying this again, were my lead, especially to people in my position, the mayors, the other councillors. Again, we have foreseen this as a district, that if disaster is going to hit any of the municipalities, there are municipalities that will never recover out of a disaster because they won't have the resources, they won't have the money, they never gonna recover. We've seen the figures and we've been saying let the Garden Route District Municipality become a water services authority. With that status comes the ability to raise funds directly from national, to raise funds from international donors, etc. It would give us that lever to raise funds. Can you imagine the 700 million plus damage to George? George can't afford it, as big as they are. Can you imagine that happening in Kanaland? It would wipe out that whole municipality. And what would we do? We were going to fold our hands because we do not have the accreditation. So the local municipalities, it is not because we are competing with them. We want their support because it's a requirement. The local municipalities must support our request. It is a requirement for national government to give us that status. Now, some mayors think we want to be big brothers or we want to take over their mandate. The time has come for all municipalities to work together. Like we're going to work together as different political representatives. The same needs to happen now. So I don't want to be the one to say that I told you so, because at this stage, we could have jumped in, boats and all, to assist with these disasters. At the end of the day, we're going to assist, and it's going to become irregular expenditure or unauthorized expenditure because we did not budget for it. We're going to assist some of the municipalities. Again, probably Councillor Lichaba, with our assistance now, the AG might say unauthorized expenditure, then we lose your clean audit. So we're back to square one. Now, if we've had this accreditation, the money will be there. It would be in the line of duty function. That is where we need to get at. Now, Madam Speaker, let me come to the part that is in front of us, and that is for me to announce my mayoral committee. Again, Madam Speaker, and the whole of South Africa, we took the change in the tide of politics for granted when I think it was 2016. It started in 2011, in fact, when we started having coalition governments. It started on a very small scale, and the numbers increased in 2016. It is now through the roof. Elder Lady Drahuner, what we're sitting here with, it is coalitions galore, which means it is the way forward for the political landscape. And I am now saying, we now need to get used to coalition governments, and I cannot wait, colleagues, for the South African political landscape, for us to start understanding going forward. The mayoral committee system should not be a winner takes all. If we want stability in South Africa, if we want stability in municipalities, the mayoral executive system should not be a winner takes all. We are now sitting together as coalition partners. We have quite a lot of those in South Africa. We now need to look in terms of when mayors appoint their mayoral committees. I see a lot of talent on that side. You know, but the system don't allow me for the best outcomes to appoint some of the opposition councillors to be part of MACO. There's a lot of talent on that side. There are ex-mayors there, there are ex-speakers there, there are people with 3-4 terms there, you name it, you name it, you name it. So unfortunately at this stage, I wish I had the powers. I would have definitely knocked on some of the doors of the political parties on that side. And this side of the house, I'm confident and I understand they would have understood that, because we all agree that it is the best minds for the best job and the best potential. We all have experience. Our experiences are different. Those who are not members of the mayoral committee, it does not mean you're not fit for purpose. It only means that there are only a limited number of seats available. Madam Speaker and councillors and those who are following us online, it gives me pleasure to announce my mayoral committee. The MACO member for roads and transport is Councillor Pedro Terblanche. The Mako member for finance, it is Uncle Barker. The Mako member for planning and economic development is Rosina Reiters. The mayoral committee member for community services is Nompumelelo Sumeyandai. The mayoral committee member for strategic services is Jerome Lamborghini. The mayoral committee member for corporate services is Iona Kritzinger. Last but not least, he reminds me of a book. There was a book somewhere at school, Alderman de Vries. Now let me not go there. You might get offended. But last but not least, the mayoral committee member for properties, asset management, rural development is Jobieth Wugbaard. Now, Madam Speaker and all the councillors, this is something which we need to consider going forward when we're going to review Councillor Lichaba. We've agreed we're going to review our rules of order. We're going to review and relook at all our policies. And I think when we deal with that, one of the things, Madam Speaker, that I would like us to consider when we deal with the review of the rules in rules of order is that the deputy mayor, the rules of order as it stands, it is the speaker who's ex officio member of all the committees. I would like us to consider going forward that not just the speaker, but the deputy executive mayor to also become an ex officio member of all the committees, because I have the right to delegate. The committees report to me, but based on what is in front of us and the workload, I might not have the time to deal with all those matters. So when I need to delegate, I would like to delegate to the executive deputy mayor so that my mayoral committee can then also have the channel via the deputy, or let me put it in plain English so that people can understand this, because I can already see some councillors shaking their minds. The chairpersons of these committees, you should not be shocked if the deputy mayor has the time and he comes and he sits in one of these meetings. It should not shock you. It should actually not shock you if any of those councillors on that side comes and join a meeting where you have an interest, where you feel that from where you're coming from, your interest is in one of these committees and you need to convey that for execution, you may. And my plea to the Mako chairpersons, do not chase councillors out of your meetings. And don't get shocked when the deputy walks into your meeting. And don't get shocked when I walked into one of your meetings. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And congratulations to all those who have been appointed to the Mayor's Mako. Other Lady Dragunder. Na Imontu, Ase.
The members of the mayoral committee to stand and show themselves, because we don't know each other. So if I have a problem of one of the committees, then I know where to go.
Roads and Transport, Pietro Terblanche, can you just stand? Yeah, I'll mention their names. That is the executive manager, Mr. John Daniels. Councillor Chengwa, there's your man. Finance is Anku Barker. And can Jan Willem also stand? Planning and Economic Development, Rosina Reiters. And Mr. Menze. Community Services, Sumaya Ndai. Mr. Clive Africa. Okay, sir, my apologies. What is your name, sir? I don't see Mr. Thank you, Mr. Compion. He's acting instead of Mr. Clive Africa. Property management, Jobius Wagbaard and Mr. Menze again. Corporate services, Iona Kritzinger and Trix. Strategic services, Lampis is online, Jerome Lamborghini is online, and Mr. Menze again. Can you just switch? There is Councillor Lamborghini on the screen. Thank you. Any other questions? If none, we will then proceed. Let me start.
Are we done?
Mr. Meyer?
Sorry, Madam Speaker. I
Mr.
withdraw.
Meyer?
I withdraw.
Let me start with at the back, Councillor Chengwa and then Alderman De Vries.
Yeah, Engos Kakulo, Speaker. Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker Engos Kakulo, once again, equal translator. Are you okay? No, Madam Speaker, thank you very much once again. Good morning.
Hey, sorry, but
good afternoon.
where is our translator?
Yeah.
He's supposed to be here.
Yeah, he's on leave, Speaker, it's fine.
Okay, so you will speak English.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, thank you very much once again. Good afternoon, everyone. Speaker, who's that old man? Councillor Terre Blanche. Mayor, I'm quite worried. And I'm quite worried, Mayor, and I must just raise this concern that in Knysna we've got two critical roads. The executive manager knows about those roads. The state of those roads is terrible. And I'm not quite sure whether Mr. Terre Blanche will be able to manage that particular department because we're not going to play now. Remember, Garden Route manages those roads on behalf of the province, you know, and definitely, Mayor, I want to challenge both the executive manager as well as the chairperson, you know, and I'm sure I am going to submit a formal request that we go on site visit. I mean, we've been there, nothing has been done up until today. Hence I said that, and I just hope, and I want to congratulate at the very same time Mr. Terre Blanche for being appointed. And I'm sure, and I'm just quite sure that was otherwise we're not going to play now with one another. Our people are struggling. Our people have been complaining day in, day out. My former speaker, Jolene, will attest. He knows exactly what at the roads which I'm referring to. You know, Dale Road as well as Woodcock Road. You know, those roads are on a very bad state. And I just hope, Chair of Roads, that we are going to work together, Mr. Terre Blanche. And I'm quite worried thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We did get the message.
Okay. Oh,
and we did make notes. I think Mr. Daniels knows exactly what you're talking about. It's going to be Alderman De Vries and then Alderman Gierke and Alder Lady Dragonder.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I hope I'm audible. Speaker, can I request first one thing is that can you switch off the aircon? If it's going to help, because we circulate the same air.
Speaker, sorry, we can't hear. Sorry to interrupt.
The better option is actually to have your windows open and not your aircon, but I will leave that to the health people, the health and safety people to decide. Because aircon circulate the old air, we all then are actually inhaling that. And it's not good in terms of COVID protocols. But be as it may, Speaker, Executive Mayor, I'm very glad that you embrace the ANC term of together we can do more. And definitely we will take you up in terms of that challenge. I also just want to say you have an option if you want to use members of the opposition party. KZN still, all municipalities do have executive committee system, and this council can actually request the MEC. Of course, the final decision lies with him to say, but we would like to have executive committee system. So hopefully, if you are serious in that, we will see you come to council and make that proposal, and we can take you up on that offer that you make in terms of ensuring that we have inclusive governance. Let me use the opportunity to congratulate all the members of the mayoral committee. You have a big task. The executive mayor have mentioned, and is correct, in the MM, in the last 5 years, we have made a lot of plans, strats. I think at the States, we were overloaded with all the sessions that we had. But I believe that with all the input of all the parties, that we have some good policies in place and plans. Now, these executive members now, the MMCs, their responsibility will be now to implement those policies. There's no need to go back to the drawing board. Yes, we will tweak here and there because of COVID, but I know that already last year with our own economic reconstruction recovery plan and also with our growth plan, we have already took those things into account. So from this side of the house and on behalf of the ANC, congratulations. We will participate in those committees fully in a cooperative way, but also where we will have to critique, we will do that. Thank you very much. Speaker.
Alderman Gericke.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Mr. Mayor, thank you for your speech. And just to latch on to Alderman De Vries, exactly what I wanted to say. The figures are very tight in council. It's 17 versus 18 or 18 versus 17. And I've already said at the inauguration meeting that we will have to work together to make a success. There's no time for small politicking, for egos and personalities. There's really no time for that. So I also express the hope that we will find one way or the other, we will find one another to get as soon as possible to the business of the day, roll up our sleeves and deliver the services to the people. That is a serious wish of the PBI. Let me then also touch on the roles and responsibilities as has been submitted by yourself. You know, the culture for the last term in this council as has been inculcated by particularly the leader, the former speaker, and us all that work together respectfully and in a peaceful way to get the services to the people ASAP. So I've already said that there will be no bumpy ride as long as we do not abuse power and as long as we do not fight personalities, but as long as we concentrate on the business of the people. That is of critical importance to me. I don't see personalities and I don't see highness when it comes to services. I will be brutal to demand services for the people because this is where people are. It's not going so well outside as we try to project or propose, and we need to make a difference now. Congratulations to yourself as the mayor and to the municipal manager, his top brass, and to everybody that has contributed towards the clean audit. It is a proud moment, even for myself as personally, since I've also served on critical committees of this municipality where we have constantly or consistently pressurized departments in terms of overspending, irregularities, overtime, and so on and so on. Eventually, Mr. Municipal Manager, you got it right, and you can have a great holiday. Respect for you and for all your top brass officials. I'm almost done, Madam Speaker. The flood damage. Mayor, I want to make a very serious point here. And I want to say that the damage, you've mentioned that 700 million rand and it cannot be afforded. And I tend to agree with you on that, where there's flood damage. And you also submitted a plea for a water authority and so on. From our side, we will do everything within our power to assist any which proposal that will make the life easier for our people on the ground. Any which proposal, regardless of what or which political party submits that proposal, as long as it affects positively or influences positively the quality of life of our people on the ground. And we cannot be embroiled in petty standoffs with other municipalities or personalities at the cost of quality of life of our people. That is my plea. So whoever wants to come and propose or post his personality or ego, I have a serious thing against that. I call it nonsense. Let's just get to the business of the day. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Alderman Gericke. Alder Lady Dragonder.
Sorry, Speaker, there's no sound whatsoever.
Alderman Gericke sê kan u glad nie hoor nie.
Ja, maar nou sit jy dan weer op. Yes, my leader, can you hear me?
Alderman Gericke, can you hear Alder Lady Dragonder?
Yes, Speaker. Thank you. Thank you.
Is it necessary to repeat the
Please,
proposal?
please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I just want to ask between you and the mayor, if it is possible that we can receive a list of all the committees, chairpersons of the committees, and the delegations of the committees. Is it possible?
Thank you, Alder Lady. That is possible. And the we will send
Yes,
that.
Speaker, it's standard practice. We will supply councillors with all the information.
So you will receive it.
Understand that I am new.
Yes. Now it's fine. Maya, do you want to respond to any of the?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am humbled by the comments made by the opposition leaders in terms of how we have one vision and what we are actually planning to do together. So I'm humbled, and it's a lot of pressure on me because now I must deliver and I must take the lead. And I must say, Madam Speaker, some of the councillors are old new councillors. Thank you.
Old, I hope you don't prefer to the age, ne? Maya.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Lady Dragonder. If you can see there on the screen, councillors, section B, it's B1, B2, B3, B3. So that B3 must be B4 and the B4 must be B5. If we can just correct that. But we will now straight go over to the current B4. You're not going to speak first. Yeah. B3. Dr. Potgieter, are you ready? Thank you.
Good morning, councillors and speaker. I'm just going to share my screen.
Is the mic on? Can you just make sure that, yes.
Good morning. Can you hear me now? Thank you. I'm just trying to share my screen here. Rihanna. Thank you. Good morning once again to the mayor, to the speaker and all the other councillors. From APAC side, congratulations on all your appointments as councillors, and we hope that you're going to have a wonderful 5-year term. It is my pleasure today to report back from you from the Audits and Performance Audit Committee on our report that's going into the annual report. So I'm going to start off just with and highlight some of the areas of our report. Just for all the councillors and the new councillors, the terms of reference is the audit committee is constituted in terms of the requirements of sound corporate governance practices and operates in accordance with a written charter that incorporates the specific requirements of Section 166 of the MFMA. The committee reviewed the charter to include the latest legislation and guidelines published by National Treasury and was subsequently approved by Council, and Council will approve this every single year. The composition of the audit committee in this municipality, at the end of the financial year, the audit committee comprised of 4 independent members, including the chairperson. The audit committee members as it is currently, it's myself, Dr. Potgieter. Then we have Advocate Block, Mr. Steenekamp and Mr. Maharaj. Advocate Block's term has just come to an end now, so we are currently also looking for a new person there. Then you will just see on the next slides, I see my slides are not moving on your screen.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, Alderman Gericke.
can I just ask for on a point of clarity so that I understand this? The recommendation here on the page that I have 484 will tell you that we note the report. I just want to understand, we have the report in front of us. We have read the report. We have not prepared, or I have not prepared for a presentation as such. We have read the report. Should we not just note the report?
You are quite correct, yes, but I will just allow Dr. Potgieter just to proceed. I don't think she's going to be long. Just for the benefit of all others, Alderman Gericke. She's just struggling at the moment to share a screen with us. And then we will take note of it afterwards. Alderman De Vries.
Speaker, when we finish with the report, can we, because I have a different view on the issue around that we should just note, because there's a recommendation within the report.
Yes, I will allow that. Alderman De Vries, Councillor Lechaba.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, just to give why the audit committee is giving the report, and it's quite critical, is because the annual report, it consists of compartments, and therefore, if we had time, AG would have come and give also their findings, to give us the outcome, and then the audit committee, because that all it encompasses an annual report. And therefore, after that, then we do our oversight. So it was imperative just in terms of this new term to get everybody on board, just to understand, because it's also, again, a learning curve for everybody to understand how are the processes of an annual report they go. So in that aspect, it's critical for us. And also, some of our things that are in the report, we are deriving from that content. So just to see where are all these components are coming from.
Thank you, Councillor Lechaba. So, Dr. Potgieter, are you ready to proceed?
Speaker, we're just having a connection problem. It will be up there now.
Before you proceed, I do see the hand of, that was Alderman Gericke, but I think I also saw Councillor Reuters' hand. Councillor Reuters? Now you may proceed, Doctor.
Speaker, thank you. I just want to reiterate what Councillor Lechaba said, is we don't normally come to council with our reports and do our reports, but specifically on this one where we do where we speak to the AG and if the AG report comes out, that is when we normally present to council. So councillors will also see just there were a lot of audit committee meetings, and it's important. I want to highlight some of the activities of the audit and performance committee for the year under review. So we currently every in all our meetings, we look at the Section 71 financial monitoring report. We also look at the policy register of the Gardenroep District Municipality. We also look at risk management of the municipality. So I'm the chairperson there of the risk management committee, and then we report to the rest of APAC. We also look at performance management for all the different quarters. And then we review the annual financial statements for the year ending 2020. And it is just important then to take note that we normally do that before the AFS is also submitted to the AG, that we go through that. We also on a continuous basis look at the UNOMIA compliance reports that the municipality has to comply with. And then we also look at ad hoc requests and the rest of internal audits reports at the end of the day. One of the important things that APAC does throughout the year is we look at the OPCA report. So for the new councillors, that is just a report that's been put together on the management letter of the AG. And then it is one of our duties is then to ensure that senior management in the organization and the rest of the organization make sure that those plans are implemented to ensure that we can then go to the next AG. Also then we look at the internal audit and performance committee charter and the internal audit charter. And then, as I've said before, the draft annual performance report then gets submitted to us. And we also look at unauthorized expenditure, irregular expenditure, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So just to continue, the APAC submitted an oversight report on the outcome of the regular audit performed by the Auditor General, as well as the overall performance of the municipality. And this report is then included in the municipal annual report. Then also just to say that I attended the mid-year final performance reviews of the municipal manager and the executive managers. The mayor, myself, and the MM is part of that panel, just for the members to know. When it comes to the audit outcomes of the past 3 years, 5.1, we just want to state the following. The 2018-19, the municipality obtained an unqualified with findings audit opinion. Although the 1920 audit outcome was unqualified with findings, it was simply as a result of old findings that has already been addressed by the municipality. In the current audit, the municipality obtained an unqualified audit with no findings. We commend the municipality for implementation and monitoring all recommendations and commitments made to address significant prior years audit findings that has resulted to the improvement in the areas. The municipality should continue to monitor corrective actions implemented to manage or address instances of non-compliance. We recommend that management should continue to identify risk and monitor corrective actions implemented to ensure a clean audit is maintained. It is acknowledged that management has made continuous strides in implementing action plans and monitoring of financial performance management controls and the monitoring of supply chain management processes, which has resulted in the improvement of the audit outcome. It is recommended that the emerging risk identified in the management report, this is the current report, should be included in the OPCA development by the municipality. Management should take cognizance of the internal control deficiencies that were reported during the 2021 audit cycle to ensure that findings raised in the current year do not become material in future. When it comes to the status of the drivers of internal control, we would like to highlight the following. The assessment of the implementation of drivers of internal control was based on significant deficiencies identified during the audit of financial statements. The annual performance report and compliance with legislation. Significant deficiencies occurred with internal controls and do not exist or are not apparently designed to address these risks or are not implemented. We are pleased to note that some of these drivers of internal control require intervention. We recommend that close attention be placed to processing and reconciling control that has regressed since the previous year, as well as regular reporting that remains a concern. I think council should take note of that. The compliance monitoring needed intervention in the previous year, and we commend the municipality for putting those interventions in place. The audit opinion on the audit financial statements, we commend the municipality for submitting financial statements that were free from material misstatements. And on the annual performance report, the the reported performance information for bulk infrastructure coordination is useful and reliable in accordance with the accepted criteria. In compliance with legislation, no instances of material non-compliance were identified with selected specific requirements of applicable legislation as set out by the general notice issued in terms of the Public Audit Act. The emphasis of matters. We want to draw councillors' attention to the following issues that were highlighted in the Audit General's documents. First of all, restatement of corresponding figures. As disclosed in note 39 of the financial statements, the corresponding figures of 31 June were restated as a result of errors in the financial statement of the municipality and at the year end of 30 June 2020. Material impairments, receivables from exchange transactions. As disclosed in note 8 to the financial statements, receivables from exchange transactions were significantly impaired. The impairment allowance amounted to 37.7 from the previous year of 33.2. Council should take note. Contingent liabilities. With reference to note 53.8 to the financial statements, the municipality is the defendant of a land claim dispute with Knysna municipality. The municipality is opposing the claim and the ultimate outcome of the matter could not be determined and no provision for any liability that may result was made in the financial statements. When it comes to performance appraisal, performance report, the changes that is on page 11 are due to minor changes brought to the AFS during the audit period. However, there were no material findings on performance management. And I think this is a very important one that we want to highlight to council and that council should take note of and make part of the discussion going forward. The financial viability assessment provides useful information for accountability and decision-making purposes and complements the financial statements by providing insights and perspectives thereon. The financial viability assessment is expected to enhance timely remedial decision-making and policy reforms where financial viability may be at risk. It will also highlight to management those issues that may require corrective actions and the urgency and magnitude of the reforms and decisions necessary to maintain operations. I think that is crucial. There is some financial viability assessment data that is given to council. And you will see the yellow as areas of concern. Then just on a cash management, the municipality had a deficit in the current year, but this is not significant concern due to the large balance of cash and cash equivalents at the year end. The municipality is also planning and providing landfill site services to local municipalities in the 2021-22 financial year, which is expected to boost the cash inflows. While there's no reason to believe that the municipality will not be able to meet its short and long-term commitments as evidenced by the net assets and net current asset position, the assessment advises that due to certain negative financial viability indicators, the financial position of the municipality should be monitored. Then council should also take note of the expenditure management. The creditors payment period is further concerning as it is currently 52.9 days and is increased from the prior year. The municipality is legislatively, in terms of section 62E, required to pay the creditors within 30 days, and management should implement effective controls to ensure that all payments are made within the required timelines. Revenue management, the debtors collected period has also slightly worsened from the previous year, however, is still below the norm of 90 days. And management is further encouraged to find ways to decrease the debtors impairment provision and ensure that there are effective controls in place. Irregular expenditure that I know council always talks about, 22.2 million of irregular expenditure incurred in the current financial year was a result of the contravention of supply chain management legislation. No new irregular expenditure was identified during the audit process that was not detected by the municipality's monitoring process. Management should therefore closely monitor occurrences of non-adherence to supply chain management regulations and incorrect interpretation of the application of legislation and institute effective prevention and detective controls. We recommend that council refer these matters to the impact for further consideration and treatment to ensure that management develops a robust internal control system. In conclusion, we want to once again congratulate the municipal manager, the management and staff of the Clean Audit Opinion, and we acknowledge the hard work and dedication of all staff within the municipality and under the leadership of Mr. Stratu. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Dr. Potgieter, for that comprehensive report. Alderman De Vries, and then the Executive Mayor.
Speaker, I'm on the recommendation, so I'm not sure whether there's questions, but perhaps that also assists.
De Vries.
I said I'm on the recommendations already, so if you will allow me, or unless you
Before we go to the recommendations.
Okay.
And Elder Lady Dragonder after the Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, from my side is just a comment, and it is to Dr. Potgieter, to the municipal manager, to the CFO, and to the new MACO member of Finance, Councillor Barker. Madam Speaker, to all of them, if there's one thing they need to teach me in this term for me to understand, it is a deficit versus fixed term investments. I cannot understand that. And the reason why I'm saying this, Madam Speaker, I have a check account, and then I have a credit card account, and then I have a TrueSave account. If the one is in deficit, you transfer from the one and go and fix the other one so that there can be a surplus. Now I can never understand. The CFO explains this to me with every budget submission, that it is not a significant deficit. We have investments there. How can we have 100 million rand sitting somewhere, and when we want to do certain stuff, then there's a deficit, then we can't do it? I am saying, go and withdraw from the 100 million, 50 million, throw it into the current account so that we can deliver. I don't know how it works, but I don't understand.
Het werk nie altyd so lekker so nie hoor. Not in the municipal environment. But we will park that one. The MM will come back to us.
I need that. You guys must sit me down.
All the lady, you may proceed, Dragonder.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I just want to know through you to Adele, there's a vacancy coming up soon. Will the normal procedure take place, like your advertisement for the position? And then who is the people who will scrutinize the person and will do the interviews coming up? And will they then look at what the what's that thing? The book, what's the book's name, Adele? Daarvoor volgens die interne audit saamgestel word. Wat in terme dat dit hoe dit saamgestel kan word, dat ek dit dan maar nou so uiter, because why the booklet said there's some persons must be technology aangelê, party moet finansies wees, party moet dit weet. Nou gaan ons op daai basis hierdie posisie doen, gaan die geadverteer word of nie?
Thank you, Councillor MM. There is a vacancy on the audit committee. So Councillor Alder-Lady Dragonder just want to know what is the processes in advertising the position.
Thank you, Speaker. Indeed, the position has been advertised twice already. We're looking for a person with a legal background, preferably an HDI person, and preferably a lady. But it's still a struggle. We are still looking for the suitable candidate. But it's a lawyer, preferably a lady, and that process will be reported back to council when it's concluded. So it's a public open process. Thank you.
Thank you, MM. Councillor Lechaba. Oh, sorry, Councillor. Alderman, we can go to the recommendations now.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think on the recommendations somewhere in page 484, where it says that council take note of the report and make further recommendations if deemed necessary. I would like to propose the following. One, that council take note of the report of APEC. Two, that council approve the recommendations contained in the report.
You don't have that page number of the recommendations in the report.
It's on page 483, but
So-
it's not there. So
Yes, the specific recommendations are contained in the various paragraphs and are printed in bold. So they were taken from the first one to the last one. They'll be recorded as such. Thank you.
Councillors, can we go with that amendment as proposed by Alderman De Vries? Can I get a proposal and a seconder, please? Councillor Lechaba is proposing and it's seconded by Councillor De Vries. Proposed, can we just vice versa? Propose Alderman De Vries and seconded by Councillor Lechaba. So we can go with it. Thank you. Now it's your turn, Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you, Elder Lady. I would like to present an oversight report of public.
Can I just
municipality.
ask, can everybody here online? Can you just
Can they
speak
hear me?
up a bit, please?
Okay. Like the shop stewards. Okay, first I would like to present to council the impact oversight report, which is derives in terms of section 129 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act, that council must adopt an oversight report of the municipality, which must include the annual report and the comments from the public. Therefore, we present this report to council. Our engagement, we started as a committee of council. We have met in the previous term, but unfortunately we had to transit into this term, and our annual report, our annual process plan, we derive it from the MFMA, which is the Circular 63, which requires that the whole process of the annual report should be finalized in December each year. So now I must say, because of the short limited time and this transition happened in November, it has really put a lot of strain on the committee. And therefore we only had to meet once. And I'm sure in the near future, we're gonna have more time so that the committee might be able to apply their minds and also just to give you know, to go through these reports, because these are critical reports in terms of oversight. Another part is that we did public participation, but because of the COVID era, we're unable to do an intensive participation. For us to complete this process, it is critical that this public participation becomes inclusive and also broader, because these documents, we are doing this oversight on behalf of the public. This municipality we are in fact accounting to the public of the district municipality. And therefore, we present this report having to have all those elements being considered. Our MPAC is responsible to consider and evaluate the annual report as tabled in council, and thereafter make the recommendation to council and to compile an oversight report and to make recommendation to council for consideration. Now, Honorable Mayor, Alderman, you, in the MPAC, I have members, which is the members of previous, and we have alluded in the report, but I had to mention this because now you have taken my members. I have two members that are now in the mayoral committee, which is, I congratulate them. However, now we have those open vacancies. And it would be great that you can also still, because I was looking forward having Elder Lady Kritzinger as a female, and we are all a boy squad, unlike only the chairperson being a lady. So I hope in future we're gonna have more inclusive of ladies. Coming to the business of the day, in this report, as it has alluded by the APEC chairperson, there are three components that it has derived. The APEC, which is the audit committee, the report of the audit committee, the AG audit report, which is calculated in this report. Firstly, we would like to congratulate the MM, the political leadership, for achieving a clean audit. We must say it is not an easy road to go through. The AG has given us just a synopsis of the whole country, that there were an increase of clean audit in the country, which is we are going into the right direction. However, when you are looking at that, it does not take away to ensure that there is a service delivery that needs to be implemented. It means it does not measure. It just tells us that we are in the direction, because your finances and everything must be in place first, and then you are able to implement your plans and do a service delivery that is in a high quality. And therefore, we in this report, we have picked up that there are other matters that need our attention as the committee. First, that was alluded by the APEC chairperson, the financial viability. It is a very crucial, and it's a very big concern for us, because fundamentally the district must be able to fund itself. So as this committee will make it our priority to ensure that we monitor and we also engage, and we make sure there are clear projects that are in hand, and that council take decisive decision in areas, and ensuring that all these various projects that we have identified, that they become into fruition. For instance, we have here all the regional landfill side, the property management turnaround strategy, and the alternative energy initiative, the fresh produce market, and also the student accommodation. Also, I think we must also include in this report the water authority, because it has started also on the previous term. So we will also put that to be able to monitor that, because it's critical where we are sitting, that we must get that authority and that mandate. We also want to put under your attention the material impairment, the receivable from exchange transaction. We also have noted the decrease, the debtors impairment provision, and to ensure that there are effective controls in place to ensure that debt owed to municipality is recovered. At this moment in time, when it comes to one of our community services, the fire services, it is giving us, we are not collecting what we are supposed to collect. And therefore, we need to be able to find ways so that these fire accounts are coming back to the revenue. So council, we must again engage on these matters that to ensure, and therefore as MPEC, we'll ensure that we engage on these matters, and we find ways and means to be able to receive and to get those monies back. We also have noted the unauthorized expenditure, the irregular expenditure, and the fruitless, there was no fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which is very good for the municipality. However, the irregular expenditure, we will be able, and unauthorized, will be able to investigate, and as MPEC, which is, and also to give council when the time is due of the outcome of those investigations. We also like to just put under your attention that the regional landfill site, it is a very big concern for us. It is as of yesterday that that project should be running, and that we ask the leadership of the elder man, the mayor, to ensure that this process, particularly from the municipalities, that we find signed, that there is a clear process that is in place, agreements to be in place, so that we can be able to move in one aspect as the district. Because I know that Petro SA, as we are standing, there is a time that landfill, they will say that there is no more space for us, and which will also cause us in terms of a health hazard for the district. So we have to move with the speed. We also want to put under your attention the contingent liabilities. As we have done with Mosa Bay in terms of properties, we are also asking and urging that the properties that between NISNA and ourselves, we ensure that that process first, let's negotiate, and then we'll be able to outline these disputes, and so that at the end of the day, we are able to come to amicable conclusion, so that our records in terms of contingency liabilities, we can be on the clean side. So we are, in conclusion, as the chairperson of MPAC, I wish to thank the MPAC members and management and council for their support and ensuring that the work of these committees is not hindered. And we are, you know, we say our mind, and we also what our recommendation, and to be taken very serious. We also like, in terms of the council, the chairperson of different section 8 and 79 committees, the audit committee members, the management, all official, and my fellow MPAC members. I wish to congratulate you once more again in achieving the clean audit. Therefore, I present and the recommendation to council. Number one, the recommendations. That council, after having fully considered the annual report of the municipality and representation thereon, adopts the oversight report and the 2021 annual report without reservation. Two, that the accounting officer, in accordance with section 21A of the Municipal System Act, make the oversight report public within 7 days of its adoption. Three, that the accounting officer submit the oversight report to the provincial legislature within 7 days. That four, that the accounting officer develops an action plans to address issues raised in the Auditor General report and monitoring the progress. Five, that the audit action plan progress be presented to APAC and MPAC quarterly. Six, that the council refer irregular expenditures to MPAC for investigation. Seven, that the accounting officer develops an action plan to address progress in the implementation of above recommendation and the bold proposed action in the body of this report. I therefore submit the oversight report to council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lechaba. It's always a pleasure to listen to such an informed chairperson of MPAC. So from my side, I also want to congratulate you and your committee. And you can be assured that we will see whether there isn't a female to replace Councillor Iona. So before we go to the recommendations as was proposed by the chairperson of MPAC, I will allow now for any inputs. Maya.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just need to concur with Councillor Lechaba in terms of the urgency of the projects and the implications that those projects would have for the economic development of the Garden Route. It is something, councillors, which we did touch on in the DCF, the District Coordinating Forum last week, because there are some new mayors as well. So they need to come to speed with the way forward. So we will go overdrive in terms of making sure that we we deal with those matters. But Madam Speaker, through you, if I can make use of the opportunity now that you've given me the floor, Madam Speaker, if my eyes are not failing me, and I know it's difficult when we are wearing masks from a distance, but Madam Speaker, if my eyes are not failing me, it seems to me that we are blessed with the honor of having a member of parliament in our midst. And if I am correct, Madam Speaker, through you, I would like to welcome Honorable Member Prince to the Garden Road District Municipality.
I'm speaking under correction. Is it a former member of parliament?
Former, the respect remains.
Thank you. Anybody else who wants to give an input? In the absence of none, then can we get a seconder for the proposal of Councillor? Oh, thank you, Elder Lady Christina is seconding that proposal. So councillors, can we go with that recommendation as proposed and duly seconded? I don't hear any. I know
Yes.
thank you. I know we're tired. We will have a break soon. Can we then proceed, MM or Mr. Menzi with the annual report?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. We'll proceed with the annual report. And I'm going to request with your permission that you allow, is it yourself, Loliwe? Mr. Loliwe, just to make a few amendments or corrections on the report. Just for the record, it's nothing substantial, so that we can then allow the report to be tabled and then approved as the two reports have already been done. Thank you.
Thank you, MM. Mr. Sorry, Mr. Menzi, my apologies. You may proceed, Loliwe.
Thank you, Speaker. After the report was audited by the Office of the Auditor General a few days ago, but these changes were presented to MPEC when we presented the report, but the agenda for council was already out. Hence, now we want to make few amendments. On page 56, the first paragraph, the last sentence, there, instead of 31 June 2021, it's 30 June 2021. On page 58, the first paragraph, there we just delete the wording that is in brackets. On page 98, just after the table on page 98, we change the 165,000, 945,000 to 163,000, 468,750. Then we move to page 102. On page 102, the paragraph below the table as well, the AG would want us to change the unqualified audit outcome to unqualified audit findings with findings on compliance, which is for last year. On page 158, the first sentence there, they want us to change the above mentioned, that just to split that for record, the above mentioned to make it 2 words. I think it's important for them that we record these changes, because if there is any difference between the document that they've audited and the one that will go out, they can raise issues. On page 213, the result income after the audit changed from 5.2 to 4.7 million. On page 277, the total number of tenders above 1 million changed from 3 to 2. Again, on page 277, the formal tenders for garden route changed from 7 to 13, and for roads from 36 to 29. On page 278, the capital projects changed from 5 to 13 for garden route, and from 31 to 29 for roads. And the informal tenders changed from 19 to 14. If you look on page 297, there's a table there. If you look at the functional areas, it's blank. It's because they've used white wording. So we've changed that to black wording so that it can reflect on the document. page 305, the senior managers, the number is reflected date 6. It changed from 4 because the other 2 senior managers are already reflected above, which makes it 6. We have made minor changes to remuneration for councillors. We've updated the table that is on page 306. On page 320, the performance on tender on service providers, we've also updated that table. We've taken out few tenders that were not supposed to be there and added few that were supposed to be there. The last one, Speaker, it's on page 343. The grant register, we've updated the actual figures there from 11 million that is on your agenda to 13,127,000. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Sololiwe.
With those changes for the record, Speaker, we would like the Executive Mayor to table the report as it is his function.
Thank you. Can we go to the recommendations, please? I think it's on page 35. I'm speaking under correction. No. My apologies. That's another page. Maya, do you have the page?
Now my thing is off here, but Madam Speaker, are you giving me the
Page
floor?
37. My apologies, my apologies. Through and the executive mayor. It's not page 35, but page 37.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, with all the powers vested in me, I would hereby like to table this for adoption. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Barker. Thank you. Can we then go with that recommendation? Agree? Thank you. So we will now do B5. That is the appointment process of the MM, and the MM did at the beginning of the meeting, he said that he's got an interest in this item. So we will excuse you, MM. We will call you back when we proceed. So after we, councillors, we're only going to do this appointment, and then we will inaugurate Councillor Reiter, seeing that he is now present. And after that, we will have a short 10-minute break. Then we will come back. Elder Lady Iona.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I just want to bring to your attention on page 504, the point 4. There's a typing error to say that the contract will expire on the 1st of March 2021. It should be 2022. So just take note of that on this item that we're going to deal with now.
Thank you, administration. Did you get that? Thank you, Advocate. So can we go to the item? Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the benefit of the new councillors, this is a process led by the Executive Mayor. I therefore want to explain, Madam Speaker, the reason why we're bringing this way ahead or way in advance. Madam Speaker and councillors, out of experience and what one has seen in other municipalities, we don't want that to happen to us. We don't want to wait until the last minute when the contract comes to an end. And then when we go through the processes, then there's a lull. Then we sit with an acting municipal manager after another municipal manager. So we want this to run back to back. We start the process with all the relevant legislative roles. We need to do the adverts, the compilation of committees or what is it called? Panels that needs to deal with this. We want to do this in advance so that when we hit the new year, then we know where we stand, Madam Speaker. So that is the reason why this is in front of us at this early stage.
Maya, thank you. I just need to attend to the message. Can we just put up the message again? We've received a message from one of our councillors that are online. So is it Councillor Hector that needs to be excused? It just says Clive. It says, can I be excused from meeting? We need to leave the venue and I will be unable to connect with you because of networks, Clive. Councillors, you are excused, then I am assuming it's the both of you. Councillor, if you can just give an indication. If it's Councillor Hector and Councillor Skippers. But in the meantime, we will proceed. Rihanna, will you just check that? Maya, thank you. Mr. Loliwe, there's a few things that you want to change.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's actually only 3 things. On page 519 on the process plan, the number 7 there, we say item to council to appoint service provider for a selection process on the 24th of January 2022. We take out the part that says item to council, just appointment of service provider for selection of the process, because that will be done by the administration. Then the second change is on the advert itself, which is on page
522.
522. The contact person there will change from Miss Amanda Boyson, and the number will also change to Mr. Tembani Loliwe, 044-803-14030, the number, and then the cell number 0670387668. That will put there. On the same page where it says MG Strato Municipal Manager, that will also change to the Executive Mayor, Alderman Memory Boyson. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Loliwe. Maya?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want us to be very alert because none of us are experts in this field, but we need to bear in mind, Madam Speaker, as well, that this is a highly regulated process. And if my memory serves me correctly, is that the MEC, and there's case law to this, that there is a limited number to the panel. And I know we're quite a lot of political parties here, so we need to know this upfront. Unfortunately, not all political parties would be represented on that panel based on the case law. And we also need to be open and frank, Madam Speaker and councillors, from where we're sitting on this side as the coalition ruling party and the opposition on that side. When we refer to opposition, we start with the biggest opposition party, which is the African National Congress. So we would like the other political parties to always respect that. When there are limited numbers for an opposition to be represented, it's got to start with the African National Congress. And if it's more, then we go down the line. So I will be part of that panel from this side because it is a process led by me. So I would then, based on the advice on the case law, then the African National Congress would then have to make their decision in terms of who would be their representative on that. And the African National Congress would then also be standing in for that side of the house when it is time to come back and report on what happened in those processes. I do not want a situation where a specific political party would question the merits of the process because they were not represented. So we gotta come back. Those will be with me on that panel. I think it's 3, if I'm not mistaken. That's how close it is, you know, but the legal guys would then advise us on that, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I've noted the hand of Elder Lady Dragoner as well as Alderman Gericke, but before that, Mayor, on page 515, I've been advised by advocate that a councillor designated by the council, we must do that today. So I will now give an opportunity to Elder Lady Dragoner.
Honorable Speaker, I just want to know that the councillors, that the mayor talk about, their only observer status in this meeting and not part of the panel. Am I correct?
Mayor?
Madam Speaker, that was what led to the case law, you know, because even observer status were reduced. You know, that I don't know if my memory serves me correctly, but the legal guys can deal with this. I think there were no observers allowed. It is only active panel members.
Alderman, before the two of you, I've acknowledged your hands. Alderman Gericke.
Yeah, Speaker, let me just ask for clarity on, we have no problems with the ANC.
We can't hear you, Alderman.
Can you hear me now?
Alderman Gericke.
Hi there. Speaker, can
We
you
can't hear a word you're saying, Alderman Gericke.
Okay, you can't hear me now. Fine. Speaker, can you hear me now?
Alderman Gericke,
Can you hear
can
me
you
now?
still hear me?
Yes, I can.
But we can't hear you. Is it possible for you to write it in the chat box or?
Okay, it's fine. It's all right. Thanks. That's fine. It's all right.
Can we then, we can't hear you, Councillor. I will proceed with the other councillors. Councillor Chengwa, then Councillor Lechaba, and then Alderman De Vries. Okay, Councillor Chengwa has given you the opportunity. Councillor, you may proceed. Councillor Lechaba.
On the ANC side, we propose Alderman Stephen De Vries to be part of the panel.
Okay, you still want to speak, Councillor? Alderman? Yes?
This point, I think the question of Alderman Dragooner was about the status of the councillors on that panel. So the councillors are part of the panel, but they are not observers on the panel, because this is with the MMM, with the directors reporting directly to you.
Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's also a requirement from the mayor to appoint an expert. And with your indulgence, Madam Speaker, I would like to propose Ellen Paulser to be part of the panel. Ellen Paulser is a former mayor. He is a former municipal manager of Beto Municipality. He is currently an executive director at George Municipality. So he knows both sides of the coin.
Alderman De Vries will be 6-2, and then the expert on 6-3 will be Mr. Ellen Paulser. Is that your recommendation?
Yes, we must just hope he accepts.
Okay. So can we go with that recommendation? Do we have a seconder?
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes, there you go. Before we step off this. Yes, Alderman Gericke?
Yeah, just can I just quickly come in? The last I heard the mayor said that there was case law also in regard to the observers. We have no problem that the ANC is representing that side of the house, as it is said. No problem whatsoever, and there's no objection. The only problem that we have, in the absence of, we don't have the case law here. If there was case law, it should have been included in the item. But the only problem that we have is we don't want the process to be disputed afterwards. All right, so we must make sure that the process is right from the onset, and therefore, if we don't have clarity or if we don't have the relevant case law here that stipulates that the observers are limited, we must make sure that observers are present so that we are not accused of having an appointment of a municipal manager in a corner alone with only 2 people. We must make it open, transparent, and I mean, an observer doesn't say anything in the meeting, he's just observing. So this would be my plea then, to add another observer or so, if we can. If we cannot, it's also fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Gericke. Thank you, Advocate.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Yes, in terms of the panel, as was explained by the councillors, it is actually taken from the regulations. And in summary, it's really 3 people, it's a 3-person panel, the mayor, executive mayor, the councillor, and an expert, and then the others will be there specifically to assist either with administration or the technical sides of the process. So I therefore support the speaker or advise that it should be limited to that, to those three people that have been identified. That will be in line with the regulation, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Maya, can we go to your recommendation then? It was,
I propose that we go with the recommendations, Madam Speaker.
and we add the names as was.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Can we get a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Sumaya and Councillor Joubert. So are we in agreement? Can we proceed? Thank you. Thank you very much, councillors. Councillors, we will take a break after the inauguration of Councillor Reiters. Did you manage to get hold of Councillor Reiters? So he is online. So advocate, can we proceed with that? Councillor Reiters, just give us an indication. Just switch on your camera, please, for the duration of the inauguration. Thank you. Thank you. We can see you. Councillor Hector, I've just seen you also. Are you still in the meeting? Is it only Councillor Skippers that is no longer in the meeting? Councillor Hector. We don't want to say you were absent and then you were all in the all along in the meeting.
Madam Speaker.
Councillor
Speaker,
Malloy.
just as a matter of clarity, with regards to the inauguration of Mr. Aaron Reiters, I know that the agreement between, or the coalition between the ANC and ICOSA has been broken. And a letter in this regard has been sent. So I don't know what the situation is.
IMM, welcome back. Can somebody respond to that? The councillor is asking about the coalition that was broken between. So I think he is in fact asking, you must just clarify whether this councillor is he representing the party or has he been sent by the council? I'm also not clear. MM?
Speaker, Speaker, sorry, I think he is seconded to the district. The direct representative is Mr. Cornelius. So I don't know if that's going to be legally or what the situation.
So you are questioning the legality?
Yes, the legality of that inauguration.
Councillor, I will allow you now, Councillor Van Niekerk.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to confirm whether we've got anything in writing about this coalition's non-existence anymore.
I think I will allow Councillor De Vries and then the
Speaker,
before we proceed.
Speaker, my hand was
Councillor
up.
Chengwa, then Councillor De Vries and then the
Speaker, can I go? Speaker, I just wanted to understand, man, what's the relevance of what the council is raising there? What is on this, on this particular item? Because now advocate is ready, to sworn in the councillor Reiters. Where does that particular question comes in? The issue about the coalition, between the ANC and ICOSA, where does it fit in here?
Thank you, Councillor Chengwa. Councillor De Vries. I've noted your hand, Alderman Gierke.
No, thank you. I think that we act here on information from the IEC. The IEC is responsible for appointing people to the district, both on the PR and from council. So
Councillor Chengwa, Councillor
whatever happened in
Chengwa.
that council, if that have not changed, the person that was sent by council is the person. So whether the coalition exists or not, that should not be an issue.
Alderman Gierke.
Speaker, with all due respect, I don't think you must entertain even this question, because if you don't have official communication from the IEC, which is the relevant authority, you must proceed because we're working from the relevant list here, a different list in order to appoint or elect also con councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for your inputs. MM.
No, Speaker, just for the record, we actually use the IEC correspondence. So there was a resignation by a councillor, there was a replacement. And in terms of the law, we should proceed and inaugurate that councillor.
Thank you for the clarity, MM. So Councillor Malloy, that
Thank
is
you.
the answer.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Are you ready for us, Councillor Reiters? You can unmute yourself, please.
Yes, Speaker, I'm ready.
Thank you, Advocate.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Good afternoon, Councillor Reiters. Speaker, we have, he is joining online and we can administer the oath even if he's online. He has the same certificate that I'll be reading in front of him. So we are really looking at the same thing, I can confirm.
I think we can
Speaker,
proceed.
Without in front of me.
All right, thank you, Speaker.
May proceed, Advocate.
All right. Speaker, the item that we're looking at here is found in the agenda from page 523. The recommendations in paragraph 5 are there. I will read them into the record. The first recommendation, 5.1 reads, that Councillor Hiring Davids Reiters be inaugurated as a councillor of the Garden Route District Council with effect from 25th November 2021. 5.2, that Councillor Hiring David Reiters be requested to take the oath of office as required in terms of the law, Municipal Structures Act 1998. Those are just the two recommendations, Speaker. With your permission, then we will ask if there can be a proposal and a second for that, if there's an agreement with councillors. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Advocate. Can we get a proposal in a second, please, that we proceed for the inauguration of Councillor Reiters? Thank you very much, Councillor and Councillor De Vries.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Then, Councillor Reiters, I will then lead and you can just follow me in terms of taking the oath. All right, will you please then repeat after me? I, Hiring Reiters.
I, Hiring Reiters.
Hereby swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa.
Hereby swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa.
And will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution.
And will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution.
And all other laws of the Republic.
And all other laws of the Republic.
And I solemnly promise.
And I solemnly promise.
To perform my functions.
To perform my functions.
As a member of the Garden Route District Municipality.
As a member of the Garden Route District Municipality.
To the best of my ability.
To the best of my ability.
Please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reiters. Welcome to the Garden Route District Municipality. You are now been duly inaugurated as a councillor. Any councillors who wants to say something? Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to Councillor Reiters. We should actually say welcome back. We remember you joining us in the last term as well. So we are looking forward to continue the journey with you. Thank you.
Councillor Lechaba.
Thank you very much.
We would like to congratulate Councillor Reiters, and we hope that you're going to enjoy being in this council and also give us your contributions with your experience. Thank you.
Councillor Reiters, do you want to say anything?
Madam Speaker, this time no, just thanks to be back, and I hope that we're going to work together. Real
Thank
nice.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reiters. You may now switch off your video. Councillors, just for the record purposes, there was another message in the chat group. Both Councillor Hector and Councillor Skippers are now back in the meeting. Councillor said, I struggled with connection on Councillor Skippers' tablet, but we are back in the meeting on my own device, Councillor Hector. So just for recorded purposes, they are back in the meeting. Councillors, we will now take a 10-minute break. When we come back, we will start with C2. Can we just have the 10 minutes, please? Just a body break and a smoke break for those. Can we be back by 10:02, please? 10:02, 10:02, please.
Is the meeting on? Colleagues, did the meeting start already?
Finishing the lunch.
Must send it now for him to approve.
I'm not sure, Alderman. I'm also waiting.
This is the one, eh?
Oh, okay. No, I thought they were moving on without us knowing. But it's fine, and let's wait and see. Because they said 10 to, is it not?
Alderman Gericke,
Yes, Madam Speaker.
we're going to start at 2:15.
Oh, is that the thing?
Yes, thank you.
Uh,
everybody's still in the kitchen having their lunch. Can we start? Rihanna, I'm just going to do a roll call for those who are on Zoom. Councillor Gericke, we're back. Can you just switch on your camera for us, please? Alderman Gericke.
Yes, can you see me? Good morning.
Thank you, Alderman. Councillor Reiters. Can you just switch on your camera? Councillor Reiters, we just see a blank screen. Thank you, Councillor Lambertjean. Thank you. Councillor Strubel. There's Councillor Hector. Where's Councillor Skippers? Councillor Hector. We want to see Councillor Skippers as well.
Ma'am,
Thank you, Councillor Swart. Thank you,
Councillor
Councillor Swart.
Skeepers in the toilet. Just went to the toilet quickly.
Councillor Hector, I heard that. Thank you, Councillor Reiters. Councillor Reiters, we see you online. Can you just show us your face? Did I miss a councillor, Rihanna? Okay, during the course of the meeting, Councillor Reiters, can you just please switch on your camera? We will now proceed. We are on C2. There's the delegations and authorizations during council recess period. We will find that on page 527 to 530. Ma'am? Councillor Strubel, you must just also show us your face, please. Councillor Strubel. You may proceed. Eamon.
Yes, Speaker, the item C2 deals with delegations during council's recess, and I'd like the HOD for corporate services to present the report.
Thank you, Mr. Menzi. Oh, my apologies, Trix. Do you need a mic? Trix? Trix? This one. You can come and stand at the podium.
Thank you, Speaker, for your for the time that I have to just take you through this report. I think if we can, the report is self-explanatory. I think, you know, this report serves every year at this last council meeting before we break. And it's very clear on all the delegations, you know, that is in this report in terms of the executive mayor, the municipal manager, etc. And I think what we need to just concentrate on, that during the recess period, I'm at point 2, during this recess period in that paragraph of 10th December 2021 until 10 January 2022, with the exception of those powers and functions as set out in section 162 of the Constitution, namely those passing of bylaws, Speaker, this is important, the approval of budgets, the imposition of rates and other taxes, levies and duties, and the raising of loans. E, disposal of council properties, appointment and dismissal of the municipal manager and section 56 managers in terms of section 56 of the Systems Act, all functions which are according to legislation reserved for council only. I think that summarizes that report very clearly, Speaker. And if we can go to the recommendations. I've basically just, you know, touched on that council will be in recess for the period 10 December until 10 January. And we touched on point 2, you know, spelling out the specific sections. And then that is the 2 recommendations that's relevant to this report for the recess period. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Trix. It seems as if the mayor has got a problem with our dates. He wants still to be at work after the 10th. Mayor, can we go with that recommendation?
Madam Speaker, yes, we can go with the recommendation.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder?
I second.
Thank you, the lady. Before we get the seconder.
Before we get a second, Madam Speaker, just for the benefit of council, that the Premier did make contact with us as mayors, and he did announce this in the Premier's Coordinating Forum. Due to the COVID spike and the fourth waves and the fifth waves, that although myself and the we take over the matters of council, I'm just announcing this, that there will be extended cabinet meetings, probably on a weekly basis or on a bi-weekly basis. So we will attend that. My executive deputy will also be on standby, phone call away. So I will then chat on the group if there are any other changes or any information that council needs to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation was seconded by Alder Lady Kritzinger. Thank you. So we proceed now with D1. This is now Jan Willem. Am I
Madam
correct?
Speaker, my apologies. On a point of clarity. And I need the veteran councillors to respond to this. During recess, everybody else is on the beach, they're doing their thing. I am not. Does it mean when we're back from recess, can I then have a break?
Mayor, jy like kans of vat asseblief. You will also be on the beach with your phone. We will ask you to switch on the camera so that we can see. That was just on a lighter note, councillors. Through you, D1.
Thank you, Speaker. The item comes from the CFO. It's regarding the long-term financial plan. This report will be again workshopped thoroughly during the strategy planning session. As councillors, you have noted in all the reports that have been tabled, the audit committee report, the MPEC report, the Auditor General's report, there is an issue for the issue of financial viability of the municipality, which requires us to have a long-term financial plan. We are introducing you to that today to be familiar so that when we sit strategically to discuss, at least we have some background to it. But I'll give the CFO to give more. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
CFO.
Thank you, Speaker. And councillors, I think the has really said almost what I wanted to say, in the sense that this long-term financial plan was prepared towards the end of the previous term, but I think, and it is put to council for noting so that you can see what was included in it. There's a short summary of it's quite a lengthy document, but on page 534 of the agenda, in that table, there's about 10 items that the consultants at the time then highlighted. It did serve before council. There were obviously various comments on that which was proposed. So I would also agree that the point of the item serving to you today is just, I think we, as part of the handover reports and other information that has already been presented to council, I thought it prudent to also present to you the long-term financial plan we had towards the end of the previous term, because this would obviously then be pivotal, especially going into the strategic sessions for consideration and to build on, to expand on for council to consider going forward. And I think enough has been said, as the has said, at the various previous platforms. So I don't think it is necessary for me to repeat it at this stage. So this is for council to note the plan that was there in the past. And I think we all agree that this will be reworked, enhanced, so that it can serve as a tool for us going into the next term. Thank you, Speaker.
Any comments? Yes, Councillor Lechaba.
Thank you, Speaker. Just two more projects that I think I can remember from the last time That is not included. What about the housing agency?
Speak into the mic, please.
The housing agency, it's not included in that. And then also the water service authority. Those two, I think they were supposed.
Thank you, Councillor. I think that was also part of the comments at the time that this long-term financial plan didn't actually contain all the catalytic projects, if we want to call it like that. So you are correct. There's much more that council has done, which will then be reflected in the updated version after getting the input also again at the strategic session of council. But you are correct. There are certain key projects that wasn't contained in this report at the time.
Alderman De Vries.
Speaker, thank you. You can rule me out of order. It's not particular to the report, but it speaks. My question is about financial viability. I know the mayor serves on SALGA Executive Committee, the NEC, and also the there's normal engagements administratively also in SALGA. There was again the renewed discussions on the funding of districts. Because after the RSC levies those days that were taken away and we were struggling with dependent. And I know there was a renewed discussion. Is there any progress in terms of those on that at the moment? Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you, Speaker. The Finance and Fiscal Commission has made specific recommendations already, including proposing certain levies or taxes that may be allowable for districts to charge. I think there was one which caused a lot of discussion, which was the fire levies. Secondly, when the Minister of COGTA announced after the President launched the DDM project, they made specific recommendations that the funding model for local government must change, especially if district municipalities are to be able to achieve what they are expected to achieve. So with the fiscal constraints nationally, it then becomes difficult to finalize this thing quickly. I think it is important for this council in the platforms that you have influence on to pursue that discussion, because the very model that we are discussing is not sustainable. You will have noted that the equitable share increase per year actually is very much lower than any other thing, inflation-wise and everything else. So the R1 that we were given in 2011 is still the same rent we were given in 2021. And that rent is no longer the same, but that's how the equitable share has been shared. So it's important that that discussion is taken forward in the relevant forums. And I think it's a challenge for this council. I remarked when we received the report that when the AG says they are concerned about the financial sustainability, and said that's good for them to raise it now, because it's always been green, looking good, but we were always aware that in the long term there are problems. And I think it's good time now, as the term begins, to lobby very strongly for a new regime for the division of revenue. I mean, this whole thing of our monies via through provinces and all these things with no direct transfers coming to the municipality, the taking away of the MIG grant, we are expected to coordinate infrastructure, but we do not qualify for municipal infrastructure grant. So these things that are demanded from us, the issue about the fire services, you complaining that there's too much impairment of the debt amounting from the fire accounts, but basically the service is rendered for free. And that's the truth that we must face. People are just not paying, just like your environmental health service, which was given to district municipalities. The funds did not follow the function, as they always say. So those are the challenges, but I think there's an opportunity. If we leverage the district development model and the joint district approach of the province, we can put together funds. The main other discussion that must be had is to understand this whole thing about the Water Services Authority, because the local municipalities are afraid that we are going to take away their revenue if we become a Water Services Authority. And it's a genuine concern from their side. But we have explained that it is not the responsibility of a district municipality to be involved in the reticulation to households and to businesses. We are only interested in bulk water infrastructure, and they are all suffering on that. And if we are going to say we are serving the whole district and want to give them quality service, all of them, then it means we must be able as a district to play that role. As things stand, our monies are taken for infrastructure through disaster. So if there is a water problem in Oudtshoorn, we must run there as a district from a disaster perspective. But we have no budget for water infrastructure. So once those things are sorted, we believe that the sustainability of the municipality can be guaranteed. The rest of the stuff then needs the council in terms of the staff establishment and how we manage our salaries and all that. Those are internal things that can be arranged. But the long-term financial sustainability requires a lot of lobbying. And I believe this council is up to the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we go to the recommendation? It is on page 532 that the GRDM long-term financial plan, specifically with regard to progress made on the recommendations contained in the LTFP that was tabled to council in December 2020, be noted. Can we note the report? Thank you. Thank you. Then we proceed to section E. That is the election or appointment of members of committees on page 690 to page 702. Before we proceed, can I just see if Councillor Strubel is in the meeting? Councillor Strubel? Councillor Strubel, please switch on your video.
Speaker, I'm in the meeting. I'm trying to switch on my video, yeah.
We want to see you. Wys jou gesig. Dankie, Councillor Strubel. Thank you. Yeah, no, I want to see them physically. They can just tune in and then, yes. We will do the same with you, Mayor, if you are via Zoom. We want to see where you are. Thank you. Can we proceed? Councillors, we are on section E.
Speaker, the item is for the election of the committees. And I understand that there's been a lot of preliminary work that has been done by the leadership to just give the names of the councillors that will be in those committees. But the item belongs to Trix, Speaker. She can lead.
Thank you, Trix.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. As the MM said, the work has been done. This item deals with representatives on the various committees of council. It includes 79 and 80 committees. And if I can draw your attention to the executive summary under point number 4, it is basically in order to efficiently and effectively exercise the powers and functions of the municipality. A committee system is herewith proposed as envisaged in section 33 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act. So if we can proceed, Chairperson or Speaker, to the recommendations under point number 5.1, that the report regarding the appointment of members to committees be noted. 5.2, that the following committees be appointed as envisaged in section 79 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act. The first committee is the Governance Committee. So if we can just get the chairperson, and then you will note that there are vacancies at the moment on the report in terms of the members to that committee. If we can just hear from the governance committee, if you can just hear the nominations there.
Chair, sorry, I am the chair. The chairperson of governance is myself as the speaker. Then we've got the whip of the ANC, Councillor Lechaba. We've got Alderman Gierke. And we've got Councillor Hector. Am I missing somebody? The DA is Councillor Betsy van Noordwijk. Betsy van Noordwijk. That is that committee. Trix.
Thank you, Chair. If that's in order, can we move to the next committee, which is the Budget Steering Committee? Chairperson, there's a hand from Councillor Elder Lady Dragoner.
The Lady Dragoner and then Councillor Lechaba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to ask, can't we wait with all the names of the committee so that we as our structure be caucus before, because we didn't caucus about the members on certain committees and the procedure. How much we know that the majority is the DA, they get more members on the committee, the ANC and whatsoever.
Thank you for raising that. I've omitted to begin with that at the beginning, but I will hand over to Councillor Lechaba, who is part of the governance committee. And I've noted your hand, Alderman Gierke.
Thank you, Speaker. I think when we had our meeting of the governance, we agreed on certain terms for the very same reason, so that we are not encompassing council with those things. One, we agreed on how many members they should be within the committee. I think all the chief whips were there, and it was everybody's responsibility to go back to your constituency and to give that. So we have agreed to how many, and then also we agreed to the composition, to say that in terms of the, as how we agreed to say, like, for instance, the chairpersons that were, as the party, it will remain like that and so forth. So we have agreed in principle in how to do it. So it was just now to be able to put names, and if now we cannot give those names, I think it's fine. Speaker, it's just then we can give it on a later stage, and then you can give us a date when we can submit. But the principle is to remain that in council we must approve the composition of those committees.
I note your hand, Councillor. I've agreed.
And also in which committees and so forth.
Yes, Councillor Lechaba, what you didn't say is the amount that we have agreed on, that it will be 8 per committee, 4 from the multi-party caucus, 2 from the ANC, and then 1 representative from each of the other parties on each committee. So that was what was agreed by the governance committee. I will allow you now, Councillor van Noordwijk. Alderman Gierke's hand was up first.
Yeah, Speaker, thank you. I agree with Councillor Lechaba. We have taken the principal decision in terms of the amount of councillors and who should participate and not. So I haven't had a chance to speak to the Elder Lady. Elder Lady Dragoner, she has forwarded her name to some committees. So we are sorted out. We will forward that at the appropriate time. So Elder Lady Dragoner must just wait. I think she speaks in the broader context of the amount of councillors. I'm also not sure. I know that we've agreed to the amount of 8. I'm not sure that we have agreed that the ANC must have 2 positions on every committee. I'm not sure. Maybe I have forgotten that. But we have also said that the amount of, I think, Advocate
Kaya.
Advocate Kaya has said that there's no limitation on the amount of councillors that may participate, as long as you as the ruling party then has your, your majority. So yeah, I agree, and if needs be, we will forward the names then. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Gierke. Councillor van Noordwijk.
I would just like to second Councillor Lechaba's
proposal. Thank you. So we will go with that. Can we put a time frame to this, because we need to hit the road running in the new year. We know who our council, who our chairpersons are. It's now just for the other members. Are you covered, Maya? Yes. Okay.
Yes, then I'm covered.
Can we get that names as soon as possible?
Yeah, Speaker, it's your committees. We really want you to constitute yourselves because the work must start. As soon as the names are available can be forwarded. But I suspect that the chairpersons have been decided. And
Yes, the
that
chairpersons have
if
been
we can
decided.
get those at least so that we know who to talk to
Okay.
when we begin. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, Trix, so you can proceed, then we can just, the chairperson of the Budget Steering Committee, it's the chairperson of Finance, Anku Baker. Training and Development, it's Councillor Stephen De Vries. The whoops must just correct me if I'm wrong. Occupational Health and Safety is Alderman Gericke. The Labour Forum and the Workplace and Restructuring Committee. I've spoken to Advocate Kaya, and apparently there was an agreement that it will be the 1 year it will be the employee and the other year it will be the employer. So on those two, we also need to come back because the unions have given us an indication that they will only have their first meeting in January. So after that has been resolved, then we will be able to put in the names there. So am I correct? Yes, thank you, Advocate. So can we proceed to Roads and Transport then, Trix?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So if we can move over to Roads and Transport Planning Services.
Then the chairperson there is, as mentioned by the mayor, is Pietro Terblanche, Councillor Pietro Terblanche.
Speaker, sorry, you've skipped one item there, the Workplace and Restructuring Committee.
Maybe you did not hear what I was saying, Councillor. We will combine those two, the workplace and the, just go one up, please. The Workplace and the Labour Forum meeting. When we deal with the Labour Forum meeting, then we will deal with the Workplace and Restructuring Committee simultaneously.
Okay, thank you.
So we are now at
Financial
Services. It's Councillor Anku Baker. Planning and Economic Development is Councillor Rosina Reiters. Community Services is Councillor Sumaya Andai. Property Asset Management Committee is Councillor Jobiet Hoogbaar. Corporate Services is Councillor Iona Kritzinger. Strategic Services is Councillor Jerome Lamborghini. Thank you. So that is it. Thank you. So we will stop there. Are we all in agreement? Thank you. So we will go on now to E2. That's the proposed closure of offices for the period 15 December 2021 to the 3rd of January 2022. And that item is on page 703 to page 707. We've got a recommendation there on page 704. There's a recommendation 1 up till 4. Is there more? Can we go down? Up till 5. Any inputs on that?
Speaker, this is also just a standard report that we do submit to the last council meeting of the year. And we just note, you know, when the offices will be closed and what the activities will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Trix. Councillors, can we go with that recommendation?
So propose.
Thank you. Then the next one is E3, report on the payment of salaries for December 2021. There's just one correction on page 709. That 17th of December must also be the 15th of December. If we can just make, that is in the content. Page 709. So councillors, you will receive, if the council agree, you will receive your salaries on the 15th.
Speaker.
Councillor Chaba.
It's so early. but we agree. I'm just saying you.
In January, you can ask for in advance. Maybe the MM will be lenient and grant us that. Yes, Elder Lady Dragoner. Okay, I will ask the MM in the meantime to think what that answer is going to be. Can we first deal with this item, MM? Can we go with that recommendation?
Yes.
Except for Councillor Lechaba, Councillor Lechaba said she wants a pay later. Thank you, councillors. Then we go with that recommendation. I will allow that if you can just give an answer to Elder Lady Gireka. My apologies, Elder Lady Dragoner.
Comrade Jolene, alsjeblieft man. Alsjeblieft toch.
My apologies, Alderman Gireka.
No, we do have a parking policy, Speaker, that allocates parking for the executive councillors, and it also addresses the parking for other councillors when there are council meetings. Trix, if you could just quickly share if you have that.
Yeah, Speaker, thank you. The MM has introduced the topic. We have specific parking spaces allocated at the back for the permanent councillors, members of the MACO. When we do have council meetings, workshops, etc., we do close off the front section of the parking area in front of the building. During COVID, obviously, it was not necessary to do so because the councillors were all on Zoom. But in the case of meetings attended by councillors, workshops, etc., if you come to the building, we will ensure that the front entrance or the front parking section is cordoned off, and we do have people on duty early in the morning to ensure that if you come in a bit earlier, that you will have a parking space. So we do make sure that we cater for all councillors when they do attend meetings, council workshops, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Elder Lady.
It's part of orientation.
MM, please, next time we must make sure that everybody has got the parking. Thank you.
We'll do it. Thanks.
Then we proceed. Trix, I think it's still you. To E4, report on the amendments on the contract appointment policy.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, this policy was submitted to Council for a very important reason, that I want to go to the policy itself. And the contract policy basically deals with all kinds of contract appointments, but for the purpose of this meeting, it basically emphasizes the appointment in the political office, and those changes are actually captured in the policy. So usually we take the applications through the whole recruitment process, according to the current policy, but the amendments are in particular, referring to, the political appointments that will not be, going through the normal recruitment and selection policy procedures. The policy is attached to the actual, item, and it is there for comment. And if there is any comment on that or any questions, we can assist on that.
Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillors, I had this discussion with the MM, and this is all through trial and error And what we have found that the political officers after elections, we must hit the road running. In the sense that when the IEC have endorsed us and whatever goes with it, immediately, we are councillors, so we can't, I'm just trying to explain the rationale behind this. We can't wait a 3 months period via HR processes and whatever, so this is to make sure that we hit the road running as politicians, and it's got nothing to do with the individual, it's got to do with the office, because sometimes we look at it as memory, so he must be frustrated and whatever. It's got to be the office, no matter who's the deputy mayor, no matter who's the mayor, we've got to make sure that the political offices are up and running. I don't want to scare you, but I know of municipalities where, no, let me not go there.
Elder Lady Dragoner.
We cannot hear anything, elder lady. Speaker,
Someone say a masker op it. Take off your mask, maybe.
please
Lower
put
it,
the
yes.
microphone on.
Mic is miskien af. Ah, sy.
Gooi maar op, wees nou nie weer af nie. Nee, die dingetjie speel parte, want dan sy op en dan af. Honorable Speaker, I think that is correct, that is right. You must work with a person that you can trust, and you and the person must work together. So yes, we accept this.
Thank you, Elder Lady. Alderman De Vries.
Speaker, also from the ANC, we're not opposed to this amendment. This something that may be in the review of this, that we must take into account. One, we try to separate in local government the office of the speaker and that of the executive. Now, if I was a speaker, Michael can't appoint the person for me. That is as a point. So perhaps in refining the policy that we have to look at that. Also, we must look at rather is the executive mayor, because Michael don't have a standing in terms of powers and functions, is the executive mayor. Unless council said that the executive mayor together with his mayoral committee, meaning then everybody in the mayoral committee must agree. If one of them disagree, it must come back to council for appointment. It means that council must do the appointment. And that will be the problems the way it's currently structured.
Alderman Gericke, and then the mayor can respond to the
Ja,
proposal
Speaker.
that was just made by Alderman De Vries.
Nou, Speaker, laat ons in Afrikaans sê ons laat ons stadig oor die klippe hierso. There is no objection whatsoever when political office bearers appoint their own political staff. Nothing whatsoever. The problem is these people will become essentially part of the administration. And the question is, I wasn't part of this policy when it was workshops. The question becomes then, who do they account to and who controls them? That is the problem. My suggestion would be that council must stay out of appointments. It's not their duty, it's not their function. That this is centralized in the office of the municipal manager, that he has some level of control of what is going on in his administration. He is the accounting officer, and he should account to council with regard to appointments. So yes, there is a separation, but they must work it out between the political office and the administration, how they're going to do it. They must then come back to council with a proposal. But for now, we put our blessing on this. I mean, it's the prerogative of every political office bearer to appoint these people. But you cannot, for instance, have the speaker appointing her own people, the deputy mayor his own people, and the mayor his own people. Who's controlling those people? Who do they account to? That is the problem. So I would submit, my proposal would be that it falls under the office of the municipal manager, and they must work out a way to, to rectify it in terms of policy of this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Gericke. MM.
Thank you, Speaker. The comments are quite valid. One, I would support the issue regarding the separation of the legislature from the executive. And where it is political staff from the Speaker's office, then the Speaker's office is allowed to do that. Secondly, I would also support the view that MEICO is replaced by executive mayor and or deputy mayor where it involves the office of the deputy mayor. And thirdly, in terms of the reporting and the appointment, the appointing authority is myself as the accounting officer. This is a recruitment process which we want to leave it to the relevant people. The structure currently is such that the political office staff is under my office. They report to us administratively every day. They attend meetings for us and so on. They submit reports on what they're doing. But they also, as we know, are working in the political offices. So that question by Councillor Gerike is already arranged in terms of the organogram. It's like that. So there shouldn't be a problem. Discipline, we are responsible for those things and everything that goes with it. So I would support those amendments as provided, just to make it easy for political office bearers to get their staff and the people they trust. What we don't want is to bring you people that are going to contest you. And then you say, we said that we had for failure. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm covered by Alderman De Vries and the MM, and I'm just scanning through all of that now, and I just want us to make sure that we do the right amendments, you know, because the terminology MEICO keeps popping up, MEICO this and MEICO that. To be honest, is that again, you know, we've learned and we've burned our fingers. The case law, Amos Masondo versus the city of Joburg, MEICO members don't have to dictate to the mayor. So I should not consult with MEICO on whether they want my PA or not. If it reads like that, take it out. The same applies to the deputy executive. If it reads like that, take it out. It is my prerogative, and I will inform MEICO, and they must live with it. MEICO mustn't come and say to me, no, Pete Pompies and whatever. Thank you. For me and the executive deputy mayor. Thank you.
That's what we're saying, Speaker, that you replace MEICO with the executive mayor, where applicable, executive mayor and or deputy executive mayor.
Thank you. So can we go with that? Thank you very much. We're proceeding to, I think it's our last item on the agenda. It's section G1. Mr. Daniel. So
Yes, Speaker, this is Mr. Daniels. Councillor Tsengwa, he is beginning. Councillor Teblanche, there is your gentleman for the roads department. I think his work begins now, and then you can start from here to monitor his progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. As you can see, this is for council to take note. This is currently the replacement value of our fleet and also our staff that is basically operating this fleet. You will see there on page number 735, 6.2, our current replacement value is standing on almost 381 million. And that's our technical staff for the George Oudtshoorn and Riversdale, which is 24. They service that area. And on page 736, you will also see the Oudtshoorn area there, how many artisans there is, and what is the plant value that they service over there as well. Yes, and on page 737 is where the funds is coming from the provincial government, Western Cape. And that's that. Thank you much.
thank you, Mr. Daniel. So this is for noting. But Maya, before we note the report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just for clarity, the MM and Mr. Daniels, the Rams fleet, does that also fit in there, or where does that fit in?
Thank you, Maya. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You will see all the provincial government Western Cape fleet is yellow, and their number plate registration starts with PA. The Rams fleet is white and it's a CAW registration, so which means it belongs to a Garden Route District Municipality. So.
Thank you for that clarity, Mr. Maya. And then the MM.
Because myself and Councillor Terblanche, we have plans for that fleet.
MM.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to bring something quite important as it relates to the fleet to the attention of councillors. As we said, we are busy negotiating, discussing the service level agreement between Garden Route and province. There are pertinent issues that at a political level need to be decided. This fleet that we're managing, we have no control over it. Whatever we want to do, we must ask for permission, even in disaster times. Now, there was an issue during the lockdown, the hard lockdown, we wanted to go and fetch food parcels in Cape Town to bring them this side. It was refused. Somebody just said, no, use your own fleet. And the trucks are here. We had a special project to clean in Timberlake 2 and Packersdorp because it was identified as the hotspot for COVID-19, the filthy areas. We had hired TLBs and all that. We just wanted trucks to take the thing away. That was turned down. Now, if we're going to have such a relationship, it's a problem. We do want to say, yes, it's theirs, we're managing, but this is supposed to be one government. It can't be that when we want to use government fleet for government purposes to benefit the community, there's an official who's just gonna say, no, I'm not interested. So those are some of the pertinent issues that we're grappling with, and would like at the political level to find some solutions on how we manage these issues. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Lechaba.
Thank you, Speaker. I think it's very critical, this, because we are coming from a space where we have said that we are having problems with roads and transport as an agency. So, and it's becoming a much more bigger problem of managing. So we like that through the Office of the Executive Mayor to manage these relations. It's not to say that we are understanding that we're an agency, but there needs to be some certain things so that there is a better cooperation between the two spheres. I know this thing has been coming along, but it has a potential of making us not to do service delivery. It will hamper us to do service delivery. Because in our report, we also have picked up that the rural areas, they are complaining that how things are done in terms of roads, because we are not in control where we must do these roads and so forth. So there are bigger problems that at the end is going to cause us a bit of unhappiness towards those who are giving services to. So let it be managed. We need to manage this. And from a political side, from a political leadership, it needs to be managed. So we are pleading to the Office of the Mayor to please intervene. Oh, you want us to intervene? We will do it.
Thank you, Councillor Lechaba. Mr. Mayor.
Madam Speaker, I concur with all the speakers. I am now missing Alderman Piet van der Hoeven. I knew what he was going to say.
Councillors, thank you very much. That brings us to the end
Speaker,
of...
my hand is up.
My apologies. The advocate didn't show me that your hand was up, Alderman Gericke. You may proceed.
Yeah, because I understand if he doesn't tell you that, Madam Speaker. Don't worry. That's just tongue in the cheek. Mr. MM, let me also say tongue in the cheek. I'm taking a lekker laugh here while I'm listening to you. And I'm also telling myself, I am really used to the fact that people don't give credit to me all the time. And you know why? because I've been laboring this point for the last 5 years. You know it. The separation of powers between the province and the district and the interference and so on, and also the budgeting, the tenders and the stuff. And I'm actually very glad that you're raising this point now so that we, for once and for all, remember the mayor was going to arrange an appointment with the MEC for us and include us as opposition parties as well to address these very important issues. Because the tenders are in the hands of the province and we don't have a say, and we must speak to those issues ASAP. I'm going to stop there, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. MM, for raising that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gericke. Councillors, we have come to the end of our meeting. I don't think we're going to see each other again. I want to wish you a blessed festive season with your families. Rest well. Councillor Lechaba, maak seker that there's still money left for January. Councillors, so please enjoy it. And wherever you are, going or staying at home, drive safely. We must just pray now that the president is not going to do anything that will hamper us going on holiday, because me, for one, are looking very forward to my holiday in 2 years. So go well. The meeting is adjourned.